Good evening. Mm, okay. How are you doing today? I have a list of monsters with me. All the monsters. Well, maybe not all the monsters, but it is so many monsters. I was looking forward to this um, when I realized, okay, we're done with the world chapter. What comes after that? What is chapter 17? Chapter 17 monsters. Okay. Dungeon World. Chapter 18 Cavern Dwellers. 19 Swamp Denizens. 20 Undead Legions. 21 Dark Woods. 22 Ravenous Hordes. Then we just keep going down for a few more until you hit equipment, essentially. I guess actually, they don't list the different monster settings or different settings as different chapters, but they're effectively different chapters, you know? It's a chunk of the book. Like we stop at 321 and we start at 222. So that's almost 100 pages of monsters. We'll just have to see how many we get through today. And I think with each different setting, I'm going to be bringing up. Let's see. I'm not going to spoiler what the first set of monsters is, but I say spoil as if you can't look this up yourself. The Dungeon World book is open. Well, the first edition, or like maybe first edition is not the right word. Pre-edition, I suppose, is open source, and you can get all this information for free online. If you just look up Dungeon World, there are additional monsters and classes and such that are not free, but we're only dealing with the base book. Let's see. Where is it? Yes. I have a little tier list here for monsters. It won't have images, but then again, we can use our imagination for that, can't we? Actually, I'm going to move this. That's my template. I'll just move that way up here so we won't see it in the future. Okay. But until we get to the point where we have all our information on hand, I'll leave this down. I'll leave it down. And today I have for tea the limited echinacea again. I have just a little bit left before it's done, so I figure I will finish it off probably today. It's still a bit too hot. Yesterday, after the Legend of Zelda stream, Breath of the Wild, I went and I wanted to look for my ocarina. I know I have it somewhere. Actually, no, I think I know exactly where it is. I didn't think to look there. And I had just been right by it before. I did, however, find my Majora's Mask. And in doing so, I also found not a phantom hourglass. There is, I don't quite remember the name for it, but there's a looking glass, like a detective glass, that has a special ability. I'm trying to remember what the name of it is. I think it's a Sheikah something or other. Let me check. And I also found a few other things too. Yeah, I do not have a phantom hourglass. I have I think it's an Ocarina of Time item. And I don't remember, like, what is the magnifying glass? What is the name of it? The lens of truth. I have a lens of truth. I did not find my bomb. There was something else in that stack of things that I found. Not just the Majora's Mask and not just the Phantom or the uh, Lens of Truth. There was something else. I don't think I found my Wind Waker. I'll just have to dig back into it. I need to put these on display somewhere. I need to put them somewhere on display. Actually, it would probably be too much to put them above the fireplace, wouldn't it? Mm, I guess with the mask, I would actually be afraid of it heating up. It may lose its structural integrity. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Mm, Dungeon World Monsters. Dungeon World Monsters. So we are on chapter 23, about page 2021, 221. Great heroes need horrendous antagonists. This section is about how to create and play as those antagonists, from the lowly goblin warrior to the hellish demon. And the sidebar quote is, "We can't all be heroes. Then who would the heroes fight? It's a matter of numbers, really. Just work out the sums." From the Magician King. Using monsters. A monster is any living or undead thing that stands in the character's way. That's a very broad definition, as an aside, but they're not wrong. Looking through the list of what they considered monster settings, so to speak. And really, I guess, mm, mm, standing in the character's way, I guess that's the difference between a regular NPC and a monster, then. So it's really a matter of motivation. How you use these monsters follows directly from your agenda and principles. Stay true to your principles, use your moves, and pursue your agenda. You can't go wrong. Your first agenda is to portray a fantastic world. The way you describe the monsters and adversaries the characters face can be a tool to help you fulfill that agenda. Describing those creatures and people in vivid detail will bring them to life. You'll eventually need some stats for those monsters too. The rules in this chapter are here to help you create those stats quickly and easily. The player characters are the heroes. Monsters exist to illustrate what a dangerous, awful place Dungeon World can be, how it will remain if the heroes don't step in. You shouldn't be rooting for the monsters to win, but they may challenge and even sometimes defeat the heroes. If you feel like your monsters are being beaten too quickly, don't worry. Let the players revel in their victory. There's always more monsters. The principle of think dangerous sums up that philosophy. Think of every monster like an arrow fired at the characters. The monsters are ammunition of the danger you're presenting. Some may be smarter, faster, or more dangerous than others, but until a monster warrants a name, a personality, or some other special consideration, it's an arrow. Take aim and shoot. Don't worry if you miss. A monster stops being mere ammunition when something in the world puts the spotlight on it. This might be a spout lore rule that leads your description in an interesting direction, or the result of your asking questions and building on the player's answers. Maybe the characters were overwhelmed in battle and had to run away, giving them a newfound fear and respect for the beast they fought. When these things happen, feel free to give the monster a name and consider creating a danger to represent it. I love passion fruit. How are you? One thing that your agenda and principles don't say anything about is setting up a fair fight. Heroes are often outnumbered or faced with ridiculous odds. Sometimes they have to retreat or make a new plan. Sometimes they suffer loss. When adding a monster to a front, placing them in a dungeon, or making them up on the fly, your first responsibility is to the fiction. portray a fantastic world, and give the characters a real threat. Make the characters heroes, not to make a balanced fight. Dungeon World isn't about balancing encounter levels or counting experience points. It's about adventure and death defying feats. Thank you. Thank you. Mm. It's or to get comfy at low light with plants. Mm, I think how to put it. There's a concept. Maybe concept isn't quite the right word. If you've heard of fairy lights, though, it's kind of are fairy lights out of style? I have to work on the pauses and such for audiobooks and differentiating voices enough. I I kind of hate doing having too many male characters at once. I don't have a great range of like male character voices, but I think I'm probably getting better at it through this and going through some video games. Also, I have to slow down. It feels like a lot of. I've listened to a lot of people doing ASMR and they're very slow. Maybe I shouldn't say very slow, but I am not from a place where people speak slowly. So it's with great pain right now that I am speaking in this manner, which is why I tend to speed up when I'm not paying attention to it. Mm-mm. For portraying voices of the opposite gender, you don't have to necessarily like go full voice acting. I know some because I've done a lot of tabletop games. Uh, I know some people who have done really well, like cross playing, so to speak, and they don't by the like I guess the pitch they don't sound feminine, but the way that they speak makes it come across more feminine, which is pretty neat. I think I'm still working on that concept for myself though. And I guess it's also about like how you shape your mouth, which kind of also helps. Maybe mouth isn't the right word, but like, okay, I guess it is mouth because it's like the interior. Elements of a monster. Every monster has moves that describe its behavior and abilities. Just like the normal GM moves, there are things that you do when there's a lull in the action or when the players give you a golden opportunity. As with other GM moves, they can be hard or soft depending on the circumstances and the move. A move that's irreversible and immediate is hard. A move that's impending or easy to counter is soft. Each monster has an instinct that describes its goals at a high level. Some monsters live for conquest, or treasure, or simply for blood. The monster's instinct is the guide to how to use it in the fiction. The monster's description is where all its other features come from. The description is how you know what the monster really is. The other elements just reflect the description. There is an aside for this too, and one of them has not. Oh, actually, no, this is all. This hasn't aged very well. This is not aged very well at all. Um, Sasquatch Godzilla, King Kong Loch Ness, Goblin, Ghoul, Zombie with no conscience. Conscience. Sorry. Question: what do all of these things have in common? Kanye West. Monster. I'm wondering if that's going to be removed from the more recent publications. Mm-hmm. Damage is a measure of how much pain the monster can inflict at once. Just like player damage, it's a die to roll, maybe with some modifiers. A monster deals its damage to another monster or a player whenever it causes them physical harm. Thank you for the water. The tea is still a bit hot, so I'm going to actually have water. Each monster has tags that describe how it deals damage, including the ranges of its attacks. When trying to attack something out of its range, too close or too far, the monster's out of luck, no damage. Any tag that can go on a weapon, like messy or slow, can also go on a monster. How did you know, Rockets? I've already started. I've already started shrimping. Actually, I've heard that you can kind of tell based on someone's voice how they're sitting, how they're positioned. There are special tags that apply only to monsters. These tags, listed below, describe the key attributes of a monster. Qualities that describe how big they are and how, if at all, they organize themselves. A monster's hit points of how is a measure of how much damage it can take before it dies. Just like players, when a monster takes damage, it subtracts that amount from its hit points. At 0 hit points, it's dead. No last breath. Some monsters are lucky enough to enjoy armor. It's just like player armor. When a monster with armor takes damage, it subtracts its armor from the damage done. Special qualities describe any aspects of the monster that are important to play. These are a guide to the fiction, and therefore the moves. A quality like intangible means just what it says. Mundane stuff just passes through it. That means swinging a mundane sword at it isn't hack and slash for a start. You assume every VTuber has bad posture? uh, hmm. You're probably not wrong necessarily. I'm trying to get better at it. It's also something that, like, if you're singing, you're supposed to have good posture for it. So, I figure for the VTubers that probably sing more, they probably have better posture. Like, they probably remember it more. Mm-mm. Actually, I would like to get like a more proper mic for ASMR, but that will have to come in time. That will have to come in a bit more time, I think. And also, I need more acoustic panels because right now I have a lot of suppression in terms of my like audio. Right now, I have it's actually really annoying. I use NVIDIA Broadcast. I have echo canceling and like noise removal, and normally I don't have noise removal on when I'm not doing ASMR reading, uh, because it cuts out certain noises. But if I have it off for ASMR, it sounds not so great. Uh, like, how to put this? I was pouring tea, like right by the microphone, and with the noise suppression on, you can't hear it, which is a shame. Like the running water noise. Uh, mm, and if I have my garden has an echo naturally. Like you can be in the middle of it and speak, and it will have an echo, and it's really a shame. I need to fix that myself. I need to put a few more things in here to make it a little less empty. Hang a few more things on the edges. uh, but I guess I'm a little frightened of making, not frightened, but I have to get used to the idea that I can make permanent changes here. That it is mine and mine alone. I can determine what goes in here. Let's see. Monsters without stats. Some creatures operate on a scale so far beyond the mortal that concepts like hit points, armor, and damage just do not hold. Some creatures aren't just dangerous in a fight. These creatures may still cause problems for the players and may even be defeated with clever thinking and enough preparation. If a creature is of such a scale far beyond the players, or if it just doesn't put up a physical fight, don't assign it hit points, damage, or armor. You can still use the monster creation rules to give it tags. The core of a statless monster is its instinct and moves. You can have it make its moves and act according to its instinct even without numeric stats. I want to say there's also a bunch of other VTubers, actually. Not a bunch, but there are other VTubers I know of who do stuff a bit closer to this. I rated into someone else who is drawing and doing ASMR at the same time, like spoken soft whispers, drawing. You just have to, I don't want to say, he was drawing Pokemon. And there are some other readers too. There are other readers too. I try and, when I raid into people who are reading, like VTubers who are reading more so than some of the other things. Monster tags. Magical. It is by nature magical, through and through. Devious. Its main danger lies beyond the simple clash of battle. Amorphous. Its anatomy and organs are bizarre and unnatural. Organized. It has a group structure that aids in its survival. Defeating one may cause the wrath of others. One may sound an alarm. Intelligent. It's smart enough that some individuals pick up other skills. The GM can adapt the monster by adding tags to reflect specific training, like a mage or warrior. Hoarder. It almost certainly has treasure. Stealthy. It can avoid detection and prefers to attack with the element of surprise. Terrifying. Its presence and appearance evoke fear. Cautious. It prizes survival over aggression. Construct. It was made, not born. Planner. It's from beyond this world. Organization tags. Horde. Where there's one, there's more. A lot more. Group. Usually seen in small numbers, 3 to 6 or so. Solitary. It lives and fights alone. Size tags. Tiny. It's much smaller than a halfling. Large. Oh wait, nope, small. I skipped one. Small. It's about halfling size. Large. It's much bigger than a human, about as big as a cart. Huge. It's as big as a small house or larger. It's as big as a small house or larger. Actually, as a quick aside, I replayed Flying Humanoid and it's kind of now I remember why I liked it. But, I guess it's the chorus. It's the chorus. It has been a long time, actually, and I remembered where it first caught me. It wasn't the original version that I heard first, I think. The original version, or the version that I heard first for Flying Humanoid, was a speed trance remix, honestly. That was my introduction to a number of songs. The original is good too. It's just the speed trance was the hook. Making monsters. Monsters start with your description of them. Whether you're making the monster before play or just as the players come face to face with it, every monster starts with a clear vision of what it is and what it does. If you're making a monster between sessions, start by imagining it. Imagine what it looks like, what it does, why it stands out. Imagine the stories told about it and what effects it had on the world. If you're making a monster on the fly during a session, start by describing it to the players. Your description starts before the characters even lay eyes on it. Describe where it lives, what marks it has made on the environment around it. Your description is the key to the monster. When you find you need stats for the monster, you use a series of questions to establish them. Answer every question based on the facts established and imagined. Don't answer them aloud to anyone else. Just note down the answers and the stats listed with each answer. Did headpat not work? Did I not quite set up headpat? Headpat should work. Headpat should work. I'm gonna check headpat. Let's see. Can I headpat myself? Did I just not catch it in time? Okay. Did I just not catch it in time? Am I too slow on the uptake? Let's see. If 2 questions will grant the same tag, don't worry about it. If you like, you can adjust damage or hit points by 2 to reflect the tag that would be repeated. If you headpat too quickly, okay, maybe it does work. It does work. I would just be afraid that if you like headpat too often, it would not remember, I guess. Okay. Thanks. If you like, you can adjust the damage or hit points by 2 to reflect the tag that would be repeated, but it's not necessary. If a combination of answers will reduce hit points or damage below 1, they stay at 1. When you're finished, your monster may have only one move. If this is the case and you plan on using the monster often, give it another 1 to 2 moves of your choice. These moves often describe secondary modes of attack, other uses for a primary mode of attack, or connections to a certain place in the world. Is it stuck? I think it's stuck. Okay, so you can move your hand now. Okay. It was a really long headbat. Mm-hmm. It's not. Okay. No, if you headbat too often, it's gonna get stuck. It's gonna get stuck that way. Probably. Or it's gonna get stuck off. It got stuck off. I guess I need to put a timeout on it of like as long as the action is. Okay, there we go. Manual hit that. What is it known to do? Write a monster move describing what it does. My monster is a spirit of judgment, so its first move is judge the living. What does it want that causes problems for others? This is its instinct. Write it as an intended action. That's easy. Instinct to pass judgment. How does it usually hunt or fight? In large groups. Horde, d6 damage, 3 hit points. In small groups, about 2 to 5. Its group, d8 damage, 6 hit points. All by its lonesome. Solitary, D10 damage, 12 hit points. The spirit of judgment rose from the soul of a wronged dead, so there aren't many of them. That makes it solitary. D10 damage, 12 hit points. We're building it. We're building as an aside a monster. How big is it? Smaller than a house cat. It's tiny. And -2 damage. Halfling-esque. Small. Close range. About human size. It's close range. As big as a cart. Large. Close. Reach. +4 hit points. +1 damage. Did you break it? Did you break the head pat? Or did it work? Thank you for the follow, Zephija. It works? Okay. I do try and pay attention to the chat at the same time, but I can't always catch it because it's only like 8 seconds a pat. So like I can, I guess, feel it, but I can't necessarily catch it in time. So for our side ghost, it was probably a human in life, so human sized. That gives it the close tag. Okay, I'm gonna crack too. Can I crack? Oh, just one, like 2 tiny cracks. Mm. Ow. This is another thing about the ASMR. Because I have noise removal on, it doesn't catch noises like that. Okay, that was the neck crack. Mm. Yeah, noise removal. I wish I could turn it off all the time. I don't think I could. Okay, we'll have tea. Thank you for the tea. Actually, one quick thing. Like, can you hear? Ooh. No, okay. Yeah, like I was tapping my mug and you couldn't, like right by it, and you couldn't hear it. Yeah, no, noise removal's eating that too. One day, one day. What is its most important defense? Cloth or flesh? 0 armor. Leathers or thick hide? 1 armor. I bumped the mic. I bumped the mic while I was doing it. That may have been what you heard. It's also a shame too, because sometimes my cat comes up during readings and he'll lay in my arms and he's purring, and I can hear him purr, and he's, you know, about a foot away from the mic. And you might be able to hear him, except for the fact that noise removal is on, and purring is a noise. Unwanted noise. Cough, cough. So you can't hear him purr unless I turn some things off. He's not with me today, though. So leathers or thick hide is 1 armor. Mail or scales is 2 armor. Plate or bone is 3 armor. And permanent magical protection is 4 armor. Magical. It's not really protected by anything since weapons just pass through it. I'll give it 0 armor for now and keep intangibility in mind. What is it known for? Choose all that apply. Unrelenting strength, +2 damage, forceful. Skill in offense, roll damage twice and take the better roll. Skill in defense, +1 armor. Deft strikes, +1 piercing. Uncanny endurance, +4 hit points. Deceit and trickery. Stealthy, write a move about dirty tricks. A useful adaptation like being amphibious or having wings. Add a special quality for the adaptation. The favor of the gods. Divine, +2 damage or +2 hit points, or both, your call. Spells and magic. Magical, write a move about its spells. So, being intangible is a useful adaptation, so I list that as a special quality. The gods are what brought it back to life, so that gives it divine and brings its damage to d10 +2. A hit point bonus doesn't seem right for what the gods are doing here, so I'll skip that. It does have spells, so it's magical, and I give it the freeze them with a touch move. What is its most common form of attack? Note it along with the creature's damage. Common answers include a type of weapon, claws, a specific spell. Then answer the questions about it. It's not written in a character voice, but it is a rulebook. It is the, let me grab it out actually, because this is available for free online, because it's a powered by the Apocalypse game, essentially. If you've heard of that, it's a tabletop system. Apocalypse World is the name of the original system, or the original like system plus setting. Powered by the Apocalypse is the system, roughly. And Dungeon World is another setting that uses the system, roughly. Let's see. So if you ever want to play Dungeon World, the information is available here. Hold on. So basically, it's kind of like free D&D. I mean, I want to say like base D&D is free as it is. Uh, it's got an SRD, but the SRD is not like the player's handbook. And Dungeon World is, I've played it. I will say that not everything is balanced when it comes to additional classes, but it's a fun system, and I think the rulebook is well written. At least when it comes to like the DM stuff, like it's informative. It's informative. I feel like it's a good guide. But most people only look at character creation rules. Most people stop after that. Let's see. Mhm. Okay. What is its most common form of attack? Note it along with the creature's damage. Common answers include a type of weapon, claws, a specific spell. Then answer these questions about it. Its armaments are vicious and obvious, +2 damage. It lets the monster keep others at bay, reach. Its armaments are small and weak, reduce its damage die size by 1. Its armaments can slice or pierce metal. Messy, +1 piercing or +3 piercing if it can just tear metal apart. Armor doesn't help with the damage it deals, due to magic, size, etc. Ignores armor. It usually attacks at range, with arrows, spells, or other projectiles. Near or far, or both, your call. For the undead creature that we've been creating in the sidebar, I think its normal form of attack is its touch, which just passes through you, leaving you cold inside. Since it just passes through you, I give it the ignores armor tag. I want to say, mm, ah, mm. Thinking about like the perspective this book is written from, for the most part, it's written in, I guess, like third person ish, because it's an instructional manual essentially. But there are times like in here where it does slide into I, but before that, it was more likely to be talking about you, because it would talk about the introduction to each class, like the ranger and the rogue, well, the ranger and the thief and the paladin and such, were talking to you, the player. Like, you dirty rogue, you, that sort of thing. Meow, Snuggly Kitty. You know, you were right on time, Snuggly Kitty, because there's a cat who's actually crying outside my door right now who probably wants to snuggle. So I'm going to be right back because I need to placate him. Placate? I don't know how to pronounce it. Placate. The cats. The greatest. Oh wait, whoa, whoa, whoa! No, you don't touch that. You don't touch that. You do not touch that. He is. He was. He rubbing into the mic. I'm sorry. I don't know if this is gonna work again. Cat. Cat. He's right. Okay. Can I get him to settle? Placate. Okay. I've read a lot of words, but I've not necessarily pronounced them. I've read a lot of words, and I'm reading a bunch of words right now. Oi, oi, come on. Will you settle? Will you be a good? No, no, no. Will you be a good boy and settle? I'm kind of envious of like other people who have cats, other streamers who have cats, and their cats are like non-bothersome. They're just kind of sitting in a chair, or whatever, right next to them the entire stream. And here's mine, who's just like, "Yo, this pop filter, it's mine now. Let me get my fur all over it. Let me get some drool on there. Come on, be a good boy and settle. Be a good boy and settle. No, it's not your pop filter. You stink. Come on." A catboy VTuber. I don't know if he can take the attention if he knew that there were people. He's very cowardly when it comes to people. He's extremely cowardly. I've not played Odin Sphere. Comfy Attic. Initially, all I can think of is, wait, so the hub world, all I can think of is, so is this the magic attic? Is this literally the magic attic? Mm, it's the magic attic, except not. If you don't know what the magic attic is, that's fine. But no, I've never played Odin Sphere. When did it come out? I feel like it's something that mm, I've heard of, but only in a more like generic, not generic, but like a broad sense, not a specific sense. Okay, he's settled. He's in my arms. Let me just move him a little bit. Essentially. That is actually what he's doing. Really. He's in one of my arms. It makes it very difficult when I'm holding a physical book. It makes it very difficult when I'm holding a physical book. Okay. Just making sure he's extra settled. His ears are actually kind of cold, like the tips of them. Boy. Which of these describe it? The monster, I mean. The monster in the book, not the monster in my lap. Choose all that apply. It isn't dangerous because of the wounds it inflicts, but for other reasons. Devious, reduce its damage size by 1. Write a move about why it's dangerous. It organizes into larger groups that it can call on for support. Organized, write a move about calling on others for help. It's as smart as a human or thereabouts. Intelligent. It actively defends itself with a shield or similar. Cautious, +1 armor. It collects trinkets that humans would consider valuable. Gold, gems, secrets. Hoarder. It's from beyond this world. Planner. Write a move about using its otherworldly knowledge and power. It's kept alive by something beyond simple biology. +4 hit points. It was made by someone. Construct. Give it a special quality or 2 about its construction or purpose. Its appearance is disturbing, terrible, or horrible. Terrifying. Write a special quality about why it's so horrendous. It doesn't have organs or discernible anatomy. Amorphous. +1 armor, +3 hit points. It, or its species, is ancient, older than men, elves, and dwarves. Increase its damage die size by 1. It abhors violence. Roll damage twice and take the worst result. I've heard of Dragon's Crown, but I've not heard of 13 Sentinels. Oh, oh. Something has his attention. I wonder if there's another cat out there. So, for our undead monster, it's about as smart as it was when it was alive, so that makes it intelligent. Biology definitely isn't what's keeping it alive, so that gives it 16 hit points total. Oh yeah, dead and ghostly is disturbing. That gives it the terrifying tag. And I'll give it the move, show the true face of death. Treasure. Monsters, much like adventurers, collect shiny, useful things. When the players search the belongings of a monster, be they on their person or tucked away somewhere, describe them honestly. If the monster has accumulated some wealth, you can roll that randomly. Start with the monster's damage die, modified if the monster is Hoarder. Roll damage die twice, take higher result. Far from home. Add at least 1 ration, usable by anyone with similar taste. Magical. Some strange item, possibly magical. Divine. A sign of a deity. Or deities. Planner. Something not of this earth. Lord over others. +1 d4 to the roll. Ancient and noteworthy. +1 d4 to the roll. Roll the monster's damage die plus any added dice to find the monster's treasure. So, a roll of a 1 is a few coins, 2d8 or so. 2 is an item useful to the current situation. 3 is several coins, about 4d10. 4 is a small item, gem or art, of considerable value, worth as much as 2d10 times 10 coins. 0 weight. 0 weight is like, 0 weight's great. 5 is some minor magical trinket. A 6 is useful information in the form of clues, notes, etc. A 7 is a bag of coins, 1d4 times 100 or thereabouts, 1 weight per 100. 8 is a very valuable magical item, gem or art, worth 2d6 times 100, 0 weight. 9 is a chest of coins and other small valuables, 1 weight but worth 3d6 times 100 coins. 10 is a magical item or magical effect. 11 is many bags of coins for a total of 2d4 times 100 or so. 12 is a sign of office, like a crown or a banner, worth at least 3d4 times 100 coins. 13 is a large art item worth 4d4 times 100 coins, 1 weight. 14 is a unique item worth at least 5d4 times 100 coins. 15 is all the information needed to learn a new spell, and roll again. 16 is a portal or secret path, or directions to one, and roll again. 17 is something relating to one of the characters, and roll again. 18 is a hoard, 1d10 times 1,000 coins, and 1d10 times 10 gems worth 2d6 times 100 each. That's a lot. But I guess you need to be fighting something very powerful to get those last few benefits, to get anything beyond a 15. Or 15 and beyond, I should say, because that's when it comes into the case of roll again, except for like the major horde at the end. Hi. What's up? What's up? Hi. What's up? His ears are warm. His ears are actually still a little cold. His ears are still a little cold. Okay. Here we go. Monster settings. The monsters in this book are presented in monster settings. A monster setting is a type of location and the monsters you might find there. It's a way of grouping monsters by where they fit in the world. A monster setting tells you what kind of monsters might inhabit an area, while your fronts tell you what monsters are working together or have ongoing plots. When creating your own monster settings, they can be more specific. You could create a monster setting for the Great Western Steppes or the domains of the House Lords. Oh. There we go. Got his ears to flop. Oh, scratch. He's making so many noises, but you can't hear them. So many noises. Yeah. Okay. And I literally can't move the mic down, like right in front of his face. It won't move that far down. There's something in the way. Hmm? When creating your own monster settings, they can be more specific. You could create a monster setting for the Great Western Steppes or the domains of the Horse Lords. Consult a monster setting to populate a front or when you want a threat that is only tangentially related to one of your fronts. For example, if the heroes are battling against the dungeon front, the cult of Kulkara. By exploring ancient ruins that the cult has made its home, then you might use monsters from the legions of the undead as a related threat. Not truly part of the front, but still a block to the hero's path. The monster stat blocks within the settings describe hit points, damage, and all the other aspects of the monster. These monsters were created with the same process listed above, and the reasons for their stats are just as important as the stats themselves. Looking at the reasoning behind the stats will allow you to present the monsters honestly, answering questions that arise in Dungeon World like, can a warband of gnolls sack an entire village? Cool, Kara? Okay, I'll type it. They often pull out random, I don't want to say nonsensical, but they'll pull out random names as examples. I'm going to guess it probably isn't a thing, or maybe it's a thing in someone's homebrew world. Okay. Cavern dwellers. At the edges of civilization, in the caves and tunnels below the old mountains of the world, dwell all sorts of scheming, dangerous monsters. Some are wily and old, like the races of goblins scheming to burn villages and make off with livestock. Others are strange aberrations of nature, like the stinking, trash eating Otyug. A word of caution, then, to those brave adventurers who first foray into danger leads them into these dank and shadowy places. Bad things live in the dark. Bad things with sharp teeth. Next is denizens of the swamp. All things give way to rot in the end. Food spoils on the table. Men's minds go mad with age and disease. Even the world itself, when left untended and uncared for, can turn to black muck and stinking air. Things dwell in these parts of Dungeon World. Things gone just as bad as the swirling filth that fills the swamps. In these cesspit lowlands, adventurers will find such creatures as the deadly-eyed basilisk or the famed unkillable troll. You'll need more than a dry pair of boots to survive these putrid fens. A sword would be a good start. Domains of the Horse Lords and the Great Western Steppes. It's possible that one of the test settings that they were using was based on that sort of thing. Legions of the Undead. The sermons of Manish and Dwarven gods would tell you that death is the end of all. They say that once the mortal coil is unwound and a person takes their final breath, that all is warmth and song in the white wings of angels. Not so. Not for all. For some, after life's embrace loses its strength, a darker power can take hold. Black magic rips the dead from the ground and gives them shambling unlife full of hate and hunger. Sorcery and witchcraft lend an ancient spellsmith the power to live forever in the husk of a lich. Is it lich or like? Lick. I say lich. There are bleak enchantments at play in shadowy corners all throughout Dungeon World. These creatures are the spawn of that fell magic. Again, if I'm blatantly mispronouncing a monster, feel free to correct me. Even I, well, I don't want to say even I, but for instance, like, this isn't a Dungeon World thing. This is D&D setting. Well, grander D&D setting. I never remember if it's sigil or sigil, for instance. I just know that uh, I guess sigil is like the symbol and sigil is the town, I guess, the city. Or it's just one is a common mispronunciation of the other. The dark woods. It would not be a lie to say that there are trees that stand in the deepest groves of Dungeon World that have stood since before man or elf walked amidst their roots. It would be true, too, to say that these ancient trees have long lost the green leaves of spring. In the strands of the dark woods one finds, if one looks in the right place, sylvan monsters old and powerful. Here live the race of savage centaurs and the fey soul-eating creatures of yore. Under the shadow of the ancient trees, wolfmen howl for blood. Hurry along the old forest road and light no fire for food or warmth, for it's said that flames offend the woods themselves. You wouldn't want that, would you? I want to say, it's not just, it's a more, these are all like very, I don't want to say very generic, but like, uh, I think the Lich concept is, it's not just clearly in Dungeon World, it's like a greater concept in fantasy stories. Same thing with other things. Yes, it is actually very considerate. I I have a few books of lore from Irish lore, and I I for the life of me, it's very hard to read because I don't know how to pronounce, like mentally pronounce the names. There is a guide, but it's not written in. I think it's written in not a super common like pronunciation guide way. So it's kind of like, wait, I have to learn how to figure out the pronunciation guide to learn the names of these characters, these mythological figures. Mm, it makes it a bit difficult. I know some of the names regardless of that, but that's mostly through hearing them in other media, like actually hearing them in the first place. And then there are some that I look at and I still can't. I've looked at and probably heard, and I still can't do it. It's not super pretty. It is. Listening to like songs in Irish, it depends, I guess, on the words that they choose, because some of them are very guttural and a little rough. There are some groups. There's a group I'm thinking of that does Irish covers of existing songs, and mm, mm, yeah, some of the words are rough. Some of the words are rough. I know how to say a few things in Irish. Let's see, let's see, let's see. It's also a bit tough to learn because there are at least three like major dialects, and each one is, it can be quite different. And I have some comparison points for learning. I know some people who can pronounce it, they can read it, but they don't know what it says necessarily. Uh, and when they speak it, it doesn't quite sound like the guides either, which is a bit rough. So I could say, "Oh no, 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 that's not your water. That's not your water." He just grabbed it. He put his hooks in it, and he pulled it closer to him. So I could say like, "Primrose is Anomdom," and that's roughly my name is Primrose. And I learned Diadwich, except when my sources pronounce it, it has more of like a gwitch noise to it. Like, yeah, I don't know where that comes from. Like maybe that really is just a regional thing that they learned. Wait, wait. But I can pronounce a few things, just a few. Let's see, let's see, let's see. I want to say, but well, probably a lot more. Do a lot more people speak Scottish Gaelic, like Scottish proper? Because Irish, maybe not so much. Maybe not so much. It's harder to find native speakers of Irish, even though like it's mandatory learning in schools. Oh, really? That's a shame. That's a shame. Do they? I know in Ireland, basically, if something is offered, if offered by the government, it has to have be in English and in Irish. So, like all the paperwork, you can fill it out in Irish instead of English if you so choose. Uh, and all the road signs are also in both languages. I wonder if it's like that for Scottish as well. Ravenous hordes. I've bested an orc in single combat, they crow. I've fought a gnoll and lived to tell the tale. Which is no small feat, and yet, you know the truth of these boasts. Like vermin, spotting but one of these creatures speaks to a greater doom on the horizon. No orc travels alone. No slavering gnoll moves without his pack. You know that soon the war drums will sound and the walls will be besieged by the full fury of the war chief and his tusked berserkers. These are the monsters that will bring civilization, screaming and weeping, to its knees, unless you can stop them. Best of luck. Ah, that's helpful. That's helpful. Yeah, there's some guides online for the different dialects, and then there's just oftentimes like we can't be arsed to deal with the different dialects. So here's just one speaker. Good luck. Mm-mm. Twisted experiments. For some who learn the arcane arts, it's not merely enough to be able to live for 1,000 years or throw lightning bolts that can fry a man. Some aren't quite satisfied with the power to speak to the dead or to draw the angels down from heaven. Hubris calls on those cloaked and hooded scientists to make a strange and unholy life of their own. No mortal children, these. These are the brood of a mind gone foul with strange magic. In this setting, you will find such nightmares as the Chimera, dripping poison. Here, too, are the protector golems and mutant apes. All sorts of bad ideas await you in the fallen towers of the mad magicians of Dungeon World. Next is the lower depths. Ruins dot the countryside of Dungeon World. Old bastions of long forgotten civilization fall to decay, to monsters, or to the whims of a vengeful god. These ruins often cover a much more dangerous truth: catacombs and underground complexes, lousy with traps and monsters. Gold, too. Which is why you're here. Why, you're locked in mortal combat with a tribe of spiteful dark elves, battling stone giants in caverns the size of whole countries. Maybe, though, you're the noble souls who've traveled to the world's heart to put an end to the apocalypse dragon. The beast who, it is said, will one day swallow the sun and kill us all. We appreciate it, really. We'll all pray for you. Cat, 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 cat. What's with that face, cat? You that upset? You that upset? Ladder, powers, it's the last setting. Sometimes monsters do not come from Dungeon World at all. Beyond the mountains at the edge of the world, or below the deepest seas, the sages and wise old priests say that there are gateways to the lands beyond. They speak of Elysian fields, rivers of sweet wine, and maidens dancing in fields of gold. They tell tales of the paradise of heaven to be found past the planner door. Tales tell, too, of the thousandfold hell, of the swirling elemental vortex and the devils that wait for the stars to align so they can enter dungeon world and wreak their bloody havoc. You must be curious to know if these tales are true. What will you see when the passage to the beyond is opened? And now we start with the monster settings proper and the monster stat blocks. Cuddle break. Taking a quick cuddle break. His ears have warmed up. And he's very licky now. He's very licky. But he's just like very slightly threatening. Just very slightly. Okay. The first monster we have, or rather the first monster setting we have, is the Cavern Dwellers. So we first have the Ankeg. Ankeg? Ankeg. They come in a group, and they are large. They have a bite that does d8 plus 1 damage, 10 hit points, 3 armor. Their range is close and reach. And their special qualities is burrowing. Their description: a hide like plate armor and great crushing mandibles are problematic. A stomach full of acid that can burn a hole through a stone wall makes them all the worse. They'd be bad enough if they were proper insect size, but these things have the gall to be as long as any given horse. It's just not natural. Good thing they tend to stick to one place. Easy for you to say. You don't have an Ankeg living in your cornfield. Their instinct is to undermine. They undermine the ground, they burst from the earth, and spray forth acid, eating away at metal and flesh. So it's just kind of they're giant insects, like giant insects. And stomach acid. Okay, and burrowing. We have a cave rat. Next, it comes in a horde form, or like horde group size. Its personal size is small. They gnaw for d6 damage, 1 piercing, 7 hit points, 1 armor, close and messy for reach. And the description is: who hasn't seen a rat before? It's like that, but nasty and big and not afraid of you anymore. Maybe this one was a cousin to that one you caught in a trap, or the one you killed with a knife in that filthy tavern in Darrow. Maybe he's looking for a little ratty revenge. Their instinct is to devour. They swarm, rip something or someone apart. So I guess like a city rat, maybe. Like a New York City subway rat. Like a pizza rat. The next monster is a choker. They are solitary, stealthy, and intelligent. When they do damage, they choke for d10. They have 15 hit points, 2 armor, and their range is close and reach. Their special qualities is flexible. Some say these things descended from the family of a cruel wizard who forced them to live out their lives underground. They say his experiments led him to fear the sun, and ages passed while he descended into unlife, dragging his folk along with him. These things resemble men, in a way. Head, 4 limbs, and all that. Only their skin is wet and rubbery, and their arms long and fingers grasping. They hate all life that bears the stink of the sun's touch, as one might expect. Jealousy, long instilled, is hard to shake. Their instinct to deny light. They want to hold someone, wringing the breath from them. They can also fling a held creature. Oh, sorry. Accidentally hit the cat. Very gently hit the cat, but unexpected back tap. A samurai pizza rat. Some of those not. I've seen subway rats. They are big enough to hold a knife. They're big enough to hold a knife. Next up is a cloaker. The cloaker is solitary, stealthy. It constricts, D10 damage, and it ignores armor. 12 hit points, 1 armor, range of close. The special qualities? It looks like a cloak. The description is, don't put on that cloak, Gareth. Don't. You don't know where it's been. I tell you, it's no good. See? It moved. I'm not mad, Gareth. It moved. Don't do it. No. Gareth. Instinct is to engulf. And it engulfs the unexpecting. Unsuspecting. So I guess it's a mimic, but it just mimics cloaks, sort of. What? Okay, I need to posture. Check myself with this cat. I need to posture, so check myself with this cat. What? Thanks. It's very rough because normally I can sit up decently, but with him on my arm, I can't quite as much. Like, yeah, it's a bit more limited. And also, like, I just kind of want to. When he's here, I just want to, like, lay my head down on him. And he's fine with that. He likes it. Actually, I'm going to take a quick snuggle break with him. What do you mean? What's with that sour look? What's with that sour look? He likes being under the covers and stuff. He likes being snuggled. Cat pillows are great. Yeah, I don't actually really like put a whole lot of weight on him. I don't actually use him as a pillow, but he uses me as a pillow, and he really likes being Little Spoon. Like he'll crawl under the covers to be Little Spoon, and he loves being held. Well, not quite like a baby, but like, kind of like a baby. Maybe okay, I should say I don't actually know how to hold babies. I don't like holding babies. I don't understand how you hold a baby properly. uh it's like if you hold a baby with their head up and their back like like cradle, I guess. He doesn't like that. But he does like I guess kind of maybe more like a toddlerish. I'm not certain. Birds. You don't understand birds. Yeah, birds are also kind of birds are delicate and rough. But like babies are worse because uh not that people uh won't be upset if something happens to the bird, but like people get really upset if something happens to the baby. Mm-hmm. Mm. I've yeah, yeah. Children children are young children are like surprisingly delicate and tough at the same time, depending on their age. And it's scary. It's scary. Thank you. A shoulder cat? I kind of wish that the cats I had were shoulder cats, but they're not. They they don't really like it. Um and this one right here in front of me, he doesn't really like being picked up, especially now because he's afraid of ceiling fans. And I have a lot of ceiling fans. Like not in the garden, I don't have any ceiling fans, obviously. There's just the night sky above me. But when it comes to like inside my home, there's ceiling fans, and he doesn't like that. He's frightened. Cute chunky meow. This is Ziggy. This is Ziggy. He is my pillow for today, sort of. And he is making everything difficult. He's making everything difficult. I've had cats for a long time. I've been around children too, but I still don't quite understand them, and I try not to touch them. I try not to touch them. Thank you for the follow, Furious Ninetail. Also, I should be getting a live 2D soon. Soon, TM. Like, really soon. Really soon. I'm hoping to debut it sometime this upcoming week. Once I get it into my green, freshly manicured hands. Mother gave me manicure. Mother gave me French tips. I'm happy about that. Let's see. Sorry, buddy. What do you mean when you say Pikachu style? Oh, you mean like on your shoulder? Yeah, that is really impressive. Oh, no, cat, don't type. Yeah, I can't do that. The best I can do is like is it baby Bjorn style ish? Like I could, um, wrap him up in a blanket, uh, and like carry him that way. He likes being in slings, he likes hammocks, and he likes being under blankets. You make like a little cat tent, um, on a couch or a sofa, with a blanket, like just leaving a little triangle of space. He is in there. He wants to be in there. The best model parents, they're really good at what they do. Uh, my on my Twitter in my header, I don't have the information on my parents in here yet. On my Twitch, but on my Twitter, I have my parents, my model parents in there in my header. My mother's Boolean and father's typo, and one of my recent siblings is literally a ham sandwich with like really buff arms. And it's kind of a whoa, whoa. Like he has olives for eyes, and he speaks with his like bread sandwich, cheese, meat, lettuce, tomato y things. It's really neat. They do a lot of interesting work. They do a lot of interesting work. Hold on. See, no. Be a good boy. And the model is going to have the same. My upcoming model has the same design as this, just animated and different art style, but same green skin, same hair, and and dress and such. Let's see. No, you don't get to play with that. You don't get to play with that. He wants to play with the teabag tag. He wants to play with the teabag tag. Our next monster is the Dwarven Warrior. It's a horde, and it's organized. They're. Okay. I lost him. I lost the cat. He's gone. Or rather, like he's kind of temporarily gone. Let's see. The Dwarven Warrior has an axe. It does d6 damage. D6. 7 hit points and 2 armor. The range is close. For the Dwarven Warrior, the description is: for ages, men believed all dwarves were male, and all were of this ilk. stoic and proud warriors, axe wielding and plate wearing, stout bearded, battle hungry dwarves who will push them, time and time again, back up out of their mines and tunnels with ferocity. It just shows to go how little men know about the elder races. These folk are merely a vanguard, and they bravely do their duty to protect the riches of the dwarven realm. Earn their trust, and you've an ally for life. Earn their ire, and earn their ire, and you're not likely to regret it very long. Instinct to defend. Drive them back. Call up reinforcements. Call up reinforcements. I should also note there's no images for any of these. They are just stat blocks. Let's see. Next one is the Earth Elemental, which is solitary and huge. It smashes for d10 plus 5 damage. It has 27 hit points and 4 armor. Tags reach, or rather, the range tags are reach and forceful. Special qualities: it's made of stone. Description: our shaman says that all the things of the world have a spirit. Stones, trees, a stream. Now that I've seen the earth roil under my feet and fists of stone beat my friends half to death, I'd like to believe that crazy old man. The one I saw was huge, big as a house. It came boiling up from a rock slide out of nowhere and had a voice like an avalanche. I pay my respects now. Rightly so. Instinct to show the strength of earth. Turn the ground into a weapon, meld into stone. Okay, I have to go let him out. He's crying at the gate of the garden. It's about half an hour until my cats have their dinner, breakfast, have their next meal. I never know quite what to call it. I don't eat. I wake up at night, so like my breakfast is around now-ish. Like I'll delay it until after stream. Sometimes before stream. But for the cats, their schedule's not quite the same as mine. So we finished the Earth Elemental. My own stories. I mean, I did run a campaign, like a homebrew. Well, I say homebrew. I had a campaign that I ran, but that's about it. I want to say it was an original story, but at the same time, like, is any story ever truly original? And at the same time, like, one thing that I tend to enjoy about RPGs is this doesn't happen all the time, but and I think like 2 or 3 campaigns. Well, one of them was only kind of like a half campaign. It was canceled after like 12-ish sessions, keeping, in one case, an in-game journal recounting what we did. This wasn't like necessarily something for the DM to read. It was more so for my own notes, but it helped me keep in mind some things. And in another campaign, I was the one who kept I want to say I kept all the notes, but I kept a good chunk of notes. I ended up making actually a Wikipedia Wikimedia, I guess. Uh, I made a little wiki site for it essentially, so people could check information on there and cross reference things. It, I want to say there was something very important at one point that actually was not caught in there because it was like a minor detail, but thankfully someone had been recording the sessions, so we were able to get it anyway. But um, and then there was another campaign where I did again something similar. I made a Wikipedia for it. I was not the DM for these, I was just a player. But in one case, I was a wizard. So I was a wizard with like a notebook. So I made a note to like the DM, like, hey, I'm writing in my book. It was very helpful for keeping us matched with the plot, I suppose, like reminding people exactly where they were. Having, I tried to keep it to like a certain limit for the recaps, and then being able to have like a deeper link to like, oh, we met this character, and when you go to that character's page, you'll get like more information on them that we learned. So we don't, no, this was just keeping track of the DM's lore building essentially. We were in most of the cases using Forgotten Realms as the base. We were using Forgotten Realms as a base. So there were some things that kind of like tied out in general, but the DM was fairly faithful in her depictions, but also not necessarily using places that were, how should I say this? Using Forgotten Realms as a base, uh, but tackling things that don't necessarily have a set location. For instance, for one of them, she made up basically like a vacation island, essentially, off the Sword Coast for a small, well, for um, a well-known family from the Sword Coast, a noble family. So, like, we could, if we knew about things about the family that could come into play, but we would not know anything about the made-up vacation home, essentially. Dungeon World. Dungeon World is a tabletop game. Maybe I should put that in the title. Dungeon World is a tabletop system. It is a Power by the Apocalypse game, and it is free to read, at least in this incarnation. In this incarnation, there are additional things that are. Sorry, I think I need to be right back. I think one of my cats is having a medical episode. I will be right back. Sorry about that. My cat had a medical episode I had to take care of. Mm, yeah, so Dungeon World is a tabletop game like D&D, but uh, it's a bit of a different system, bit of a different world. It's, hmm, I guess, kind of grittier. Grittier is a good word to describe it, I think, initially. Yes, yes. My cat, so I have two cats. Well, I have three cats, but you're only ever really going to see two. There is Ziggy, the one from before, who loves cuddling. There is Casper, who she's on medication to prevent seizures, but sometimes one comes through anyway. She has much, much less than before, but she occasionally still does. So I always have an ear out for if I hear like sudden manic noises. So I just had to basically make sure that she was okay, and then clean up, and then clean up. Uh, she again, she's on medication to control it. Now it's just a case of like, does she get the dosage up again a little bit? Just a tinge. Um, and I have a third cat who is a ex stray cat who I'm taking care of, but she is confined to a small section of my home because she doesn't quite get along with the other cats yet. Or rather, um, my boy cat is jealous of her and bullies her. So to make her feel a bit more comfortable, she's locked away in her own apartment essentially. Like you don't have to worry. She's not locked alone in like a tiny little bedroom. She has a bedroom, a living room, a kitchen, a bathroom. She's got it all. She lives in her own studio flat, essentially. Thank you for the follow, MotoVT. But yeah, so she's also still getting used to human contact. She's somewhat friendly, but mm, mm, she's not at the friendliness level of the other two. But in any case, we were just about to start the fire beetle. We were just about to start the fire beetle. Oh, I was going to actually edit this, so we're gonna edit that TTRPG. And before actually, I had, let me check. I had a bit of text to describe what I was reading. All monsters. Mm-hmm. All monsters. Now it's all monsters. I think we were reading cavernous creatures. Let me check. Cavern dwellers. It could help if I could spell cavern. Hello, Kogasa. How are you? I'm also going to have to move this. But we're going to swap it in a bit. Also, I need to change the alignment. Alignment. Normally I have it on the right, but I'll put it on the left. Okay, so the fire beetle. It is a horde creature. You're about to go to bed. That's right. You were feeling really, really sleepy, weren't you? Like under the weather, sleepy. I totally get that. Yeah. There have been some times where it's kind of like, I just woke up like 2 hours ago. I'm just gonna go back to bed. I'm just gonna go back to bed. That's happened to me in October. In October, I missed like a whole bunch of streams in a row because I could not stay awake for the right hour. Dungeon World is fun. I've gotten to play it just once, or rather, like for one campaign. It was an interesting campaign. And looking when I played it, I only read the player sections for classes. Really, we learned how to play on the go because it's not a complicated system. But looking at the DM section, it's pretty well crafted. It's got good guidelines for a DM how to play. So the fire beetle flames, d6 damage, ignores armor, has 3 hit points and 3 armor. Its range is near. Special qualities, full of flames. The description: Scarabeus Pyractomina. Sorry. Scarabeus Pyractomina. What a delightful creature. See how its carapace glitters in the light of our torches? Not too close now. They're temperamental, you see. The fire in their belly isn't just metaphorical. No. Watch as I goad the beast. Aha! A spout of flame. Unexpected, isn't it? One of these creatures alone, if it comes up from below, can be a hellish nuisance to a farmstead or a village. A whole swarm, and there's a reason they call it a conflagration of fire beetles. Instinct to inflame. So moves would be undermine the ground, burst from the earth, spray forth flames. And next is the gargoyle. A horde, stealthy, hoarder. Attack is claw for d6 damage. It has 3 hit points and 2 armor. Range is close. Special qualities are wings. Description. It's a sad thing, really. Guardians bred by magi of the past with no more castles to guard. Their ancestors' sacred task bred into their blood leads them to find a place, ruins mostly, but sometimes a cave or a hill or a mountain cliff, and guard it as though their masters yet lived below. They're notoriously good at finding valuables buried below the earth, though. Find one of these winged reptiles and you'll find yourself a treasure nearby. Just be careful, they're hard to spot and tend to move in packs. Instinct to guard. Moves include attack with the element of surprise, take to the air, blend into stonework. There's something here that they don't mention, though, and it's like, I guess because these are creatures and not like actual gargoyles anymore, really, it doesn't quite apply. And this is something I learned from a mobile game, Twisted Wonderlands. There's a character in there who has a gargoyle appreciation club, of which he is like the only member. So he goes around the school to like admire the gargoyles, and he gets really mad or like really ticked off if people mistake grotesques for gargoyles. So I think that the way that they describe gargoyles here are probably more like grotesques, because gargoyles have a purpose. And that purpose is not really to guard so much, it's they're basically a gutter spout. Do they divert water somewhere? If yes, they're a gargoyle. If no, if they're just like a statue of a creepy winged beast, it's a grotesque. So it's kind of, oh, this isn't a gargoyle here. This is a grotesque. This monster. Mm. And I want to say, I don't, if you're here and you play Twisted Wonderlands, oh, there's another, well, I'm not going to say it. There's another spoiler, but I shouldn't, probably. I shouldn't. Mm, but I want to. So in Twisted Wonderland, actually, the latest Japanese event, they have, it's set at another school because it's a like transported isekai. You're isekai'd into this Twisted Wonderlands school, and so part of the event is visiting another school. The school is based on Notre Dame, the movie, like Hunchback of Notre Dame, because this is a Disney property, I should say. So the main character in this event, or like the focus character, is essentially Femboy Frollo. Femboy Frollo. And because it's set in like this faux Notre Dame sort of setting, they have a lot of grotesques or gargoyles. It's hard to tell, but I guess they're kind of hidden gargoyles because the main character, or rather, the Gargoyle Appreciation Club character dismisses them at first, being like, oh, they're just grotesques, blah, 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 blah. But no, secret surprise, they're actually gargoyles. They're actually gargoyles. I haven't played the event myself, personally. This is just like secondhand information because I play on the English server. I play on the English server. My Japanese is not good enough. That, and I don't think I could keep up with two at the same time. It was bad enough keeping up with Fate's Day. Well, Fate Grand Order alone, which I've given up. Way given up. Okay. After our totally not a gargoyle, it's a gelatinous cube. They are solitary, large, stealthy, and amorphous. Their attack is to engulf. D10 plus 1 damage. It ignores armor. 20 hit points, 1 armor. Range of hands. Special qualities, transparent. How many adventurers' last thoughts were, strange, this tunnel seems cleaner than most? Too many, and all because of this transparent menace. A great acidic blob that expands to fill a small chamber or corridor and then slides, ever so slowly along, eating everything in its path. It cannot eat stone or metal, and will often have them floating in its jelly mass. Blech. Instinct to clean. The moves fill an apparently empty space. Dissolve. Next monster is Goblin. Horde. Small. Intelligent. Organized. Uh. mm, Uh. That's a good question. I don't know what I just said. I I guess I usually just call it like Grand Order or Fate, depending, because the context is clear. And most of the time that I refer to it, or I say Fate Grand Order, like the whole thing, if the context is not clear, just said it. So I guess I kind of avoid it. Yeah, I think I just say Grand Order a lot of the time. It's kind of tempting. I think, isn't it? Uh, some of the characters coming out, but I'm not going to get sucked back in. I'm not going to get sucked back in. I'm not going to pay $80 for another PNG. Pokemon Go. I can't blame anyone for doing that. Cute purple penguin girl. Uh, Cute purple penguin. I know who you're talking about. Meltrellis. Did you know that they're all the sisters are named after flowers? I actually named a AT&T character after one of them. Uh, well, the name of the character in Fate is King Protea, but I just named the character Protea. Mm-hmm. Trillis. Meltrillis. I'm probably pronouncing it wrong. Melt. Not all of the Sakura 5 have appeared, right? In Go. In Grand Order. I think it's only been what? Passion Lip, Melt, and uh have any of the others been? Like I know the Cece. Not Cece. What's her name? Uh the mother figure, so to speak, the mother AI, so to speak, has shown up. BB? BB. Yeah, but BB's doesn't really BB's like the progenitor of the rest. And I know even BB is like based on Sakura. But like BB is not a part of the Sakura 5, I don't think. Oh, the like huge cow girl, the huge like lizard lady. She's also a part of that set. That is King Protea, isn't it? I even referenced her earlier. Um, I don't remember the rest of them though. Who else is part of the Sakura 5? So there is Passionate, Melt, King Protea, Violet, and Khazra Drop. Okay, so I forgot Violet and Khazra Drop. Feel bad, but I completely forget that Violet exists. Completely forget that she exists. Oh, I don't want shopping. I want images. Real quick, images of the Sakura 5. Yeah, looking at them, and it's kind of a case of I don't. Yeah, okay, I really don't remember Violet, I guess, at all. Like, Violet completely slips my mind. But I remember Khazra Drop a little bit. I don't think you have just a little bit of King Protea. She's like literally a Godzilla girl. I was I want to say Passion Live has a similar problem in a way. Thank you for the head pats, all of you. Thank you for following Chilled Muffin. At least it's not logged on like infinite head pats yet. Okay. So I was talking about goblins. Goblins. So spear is a d6, 3 hit points, 1 armor, range of close and reach. Nobody seems to know where these things came from. Elves say they're the dwarves' fault, dredged up from a hidden place beneath the earth. Dwarves say they're bad elvish children, taken away at birth and raised in the dark. The truth of the matter is that goblins have always been here, and they'll be here once all the civilized races have fallen and gone away. Goblins never die out. There's just too damn many of them. Instinct to multiply. Moves include charge, call more goblins, retreat and return, with many more. Very Goblin Slayer. Very Goblin Slayer there. But then again, the way that goblins multiply. There's a story about what, like elves just kind of, not elves, dwarves springing from the earth, fully formed. That might be a better way to have goblins appear. Or maybe treat them a little bit more like, I was thinking doppelgangers, but it's not doppelgangers that I'm thinking of. Uh, there's another creature that lurks kind of in the dark, and they're more trickstery than I guess a goblin would be. I don't remember what the name of it is, though. Remember, they're in the monster that knows what it's doing, or the monster knows what it's doing. And I've played them. Boggart. Boggart? Maybe it's a Boggart. I mean, yeah, traditional races. Yeah, there's a lot of things that are pretty much equivalent, but D&D separates them out because they're from different mythologies. Or they just smash a bunch of tropes that are from different cultures into one thing. Dwarves. Like, elves could be the same thing as elves could be straight up like fairy creatures, honestly. Um, which could probably be nearly the same thing as goblins, just a subtype. Hold on. Doris Bay. The depictions of the mythological creatures are non standard when you compare them to most paintings and woodcuts. Is that so? Mm-mm. Actually, when I ran my campaign, uh, one of the earlier creatures that they ran into was named Creeping Jenny, and she was a dryad in the woods, essentially. And one of the players immediately thought I was referencing uh, the Witcher's Jenny of the Woods, which was not my intention, honestly. So it's just kind of a. He was like, "You got this from The Witcher, didn't you?" And it's kind of. I've never read it. I've never played it. The first time I played it was on stream, and I still haven't actually done the Jenny of the Woods thing. I still mean to. I told him even like, "Hey, I'm playing The Witcher." He's like, "Fucking finally!" I still need to play Jenny of the Woods. Um, but so like, I guess similar naming concept and similar concept in general, but I hadn't ever heard of it before. Um, and like, there's Hen of the Woods too, which is a mushroom, and Creeping Jenny is actually a plant. I based all my Fae in that game on plants. I consider the Dryad as part of the Fae, like uh, exiled if they were like the Dryad, Creeping Jenny. Uh, so their personality derives from their name, and Creeping Jenny was a stalker. Full stop. A stalker in the dark. You bought a fucking you bought a pomegranate and you choked to death. Did you did you eat like the white part? Did you eat the pith? Or was it on an arrow? I love pomegranates. I really, really love pomegranates, and they're in season now. I know a lot about pomegranates. So, like, the seeds inside are arrows, and the white parts are piths, and there's a specific way that you should open it. You chuck. They don't have nuts. They're seeds. They're not nuts. You hurt me. They don't have nuts. Yeah, yeah. It's really nice. Like, maybe the texture is kind of off putting to others. Yeah, like just grabbing a bunch of arrows. Arrows are like the little individual red, juicy bits. Yeah, they're tasty. There are different kinds of pomegranates too. I like the Palm Wonderful ones. They're Californian and they're a bit sweeter, I guess, than most. Yeah, you have the way that I was taught to open them is like uh basically scoring it in a star pattern from the top sides and then peeling it underwater, and like certain parts float and certain parts sink. Yeah, eating them is a hassle a bit. There you can get used to quickly opening them, but it still takes me a bit of time, but like I can do other things while I open it. You can like open it much quicker if you don't mind losing arrows all along the way, but it feels like a shame. But yeah, it's like eating rice a bit. Like you're eating like a bunch of little things. I feel a little bad. Maybe bad is not the right word, but when I make a Christmas list every year, a holiday list, it's demanded of me, and every year I put pomegranates and satsumas on the list, and sometimes I get them. Sometimes I get them. Fruit for Christmas is nice. Fruit for the holidays. The pile of satsumas in the middle of the katats. There's a Jenny of the Woods has a song. I don't know if I've heard of it. I suppose I really should look into it. Jenny in the Woods, bitch ass motherfucker. All these people know so much about Jenny. I really don't know anything about her. But yeah, I guess there's just something about, Jenny's in Woods not being trustworthy. Because my creeping Jenny sure wasn't. Oh, Jenny of the Woods is a character from The Witcher. And all I know is that she is no good news. Not good news. She's bad news. And her name is Jenny, and I guess she lives in the woods. Witcher. Witcher's not that bad. Witcher's pretty fun. Witcher's good. I liked it. It was one of my first games that I played on Twitch, actually, which is a bit unfortunate because I don't have the VODs from like the very first, like the first couple of weeks of me playing it. I didn't set that up until way after. So like that's kind of missing media. Which rest I've never. You'd prefer to play a female Witcher? I mean, you kind of can do that. There's not a male version. You're making stuff up. You can post a link. I'm just gonna save it for later so I can listen to it after stream. I'll save it for later. You and a bunch of other people, Toastian. I guess I can kind of see the appeal, but I like men more. A lot more. But I guess that's its own category. And, well, just remembering Witcher and how it was just sort of painful the one time I was forced to shave the character, like forced to shave his face and change his hairstyle. I was like, no, 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 no. It was scruffy. I liked it scruffy. Don't take the beard away. Please don't take the beard away. Why? So, I don't have any chat rules officially. Officially. I should probably write some. It was more of a like people have common sense, right? And turns out like no, some people don't have common sense, but I haven't gotten around to writing it yet. Copy, copy, copy. Okay, save for later. Good luck finding all those in one person. Finding tall women is hard. Finding muscular MILFs is probably harder. Finding all that in one is going to be like 1 in a million. I don't want to say I fit none of those. None. Children are scary. The next monster on the list is Goblin or Caster. They are solitary, small, magical, intelligent, and organized. Oh, I think I missed the water. Let me take the water. I'll take the water. It's actually tea, but close enough, right? So they have an acid orb attack. D10 plus 1 damage, ignores armor. 12 hit points, 0 armor, and a range of near or far. or rather, near and far. And the description is rather short. The description is simply, "Oh Lord, who taught them magic? Instinct to tap power beyond their stature. Their moves are unleash a poorly understood spell, pour forth magical chaos, use other goblins for shields." Uh, Most of the juice without choking. See, you chew, chew, burst them. It's like little. Have you ever had like a boba? Like there are bursting boba, like the little juice pockets. They're actually kind of like a miracle of science in a way. Oh, yeah. Use your teeth. You got teeth, right? Chew, chomp, hum, hum. Don't just swallow them whole. You could also theoretically juice them. Yeah, just don't don't choke. Just don't choke. Or like don't don't fill your mouth so full of seeds, of arrows. Maybe like divide it in half. One of my cats, eats so fast and he fills his mouth so much that sometimes he does like choke a little bit. So just eat less, a little less, or like eat slower. Hello, hello, mixtape. Oh, the headpad's still on. It broke. The headpad broke. Okay, that was a really long pat. That was a really long pat. So next is the Goliath. Uh, the tags are group, huge, organized, intelligent. You're trying to break it, aren't you? You've learned it can be broken, and now you're just trying to break it. Did, did it break again, but the wrong way? God, I can't keep track of if it's breaking or not. I can't keep track. Okay, I'm gonna have to like put in a little time thing for this. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? We gotta adjust the timeout. Not timeout. That's not the right word, is it? The thing for this. Like the cooldown. Can we do. Oh. Oh. It has to be like a minute in between. That kind of sucks. That kind of sucks. Stuck again. It got stuck again. I can't tell. It, it shouldn't be doing this for this long. It's gonna ruffle my hair. Okay. More tea. It really doesn't taste like licorice anymore. Completely gone. Or maybe not gone. It just doesn't stand out as much anymore. I want to say it's not been the worst. It's not been the worst yet. I want to say I've wrangled players before. I wrangled players before. Chat should be no problem. Chat should be no problem. uh, Goliaths. Group, huge, organized, intelligent. They do damage through their maces, like a mace. D8 plus 7 damage. 14 hit points, 1 armor. They have a range of reach, and they have a tag of forceful. Description: they dwell beneath the earth because they do not belong above it any longer. An undying race of mighty titans fled the plains and mountains in ages past, driven out by men and their heroes, left to bide their time in the dark. Hate and anger are warmed by the pools of lava deep below. It's said that an earthquake is a Goliath's birthing cry. Someday they'll take back what's theirs. Instinct to retake. Their moves are shake the earth and retreat only to come back stronger. Next creature is an Otyugh. Their tags are solitary and large. Their attack is tentacles for D10 plus 3 damage. They have 20 hit points and 1 armor. They have a range of close and reach, and they also have the tag forceful. Their special qualities is filth fever. The mating call of the Otyugh is a horrible, blaring cry that sounds like a cross between an elephant dying and an overeager vulture. The Otyugh spends much of its time partly submerged in filthy water and prefers eating garbage over any other food. As a result, it often grows fat and strong on the offal of orcs, goblins, and other cave-dwelling subhumans. Get too close, however, and you'll have one of its barbed tentacles dragging you into that soggy, razor-toothed maw. If you get away with your life, best go to a doctor, or your victory may be short-lived. Instinct is to befoul. Moves include infect someone with filth fever, or fling someone or something. They don't have any images for all of these, but the Otyugh is... let me grab up a photo, maybe. Actually, I could do it here, maybe. I want to say, I guess there's like a preconception of what an Otyugh looks like in general. But I want to say for a lot of these monsters, I don't necessarily pop the monster description doesn't go into enough detail for me to come up with an image. I'm going to bring up... I wish... Actually, can I? I probably can't change the color. I'm going to bring up... real quick, and I'm going to take down the text. Actually, yeah, I'm going to take down the text. So, it's spelt Otyugh. H. So, they're a lot of mouth. They're a lot of mouth. Let's open a new tab real quick. Oh, this is really tiny. This is super tiny. That's as zoomed in as I can get. But yeah. So not a lot of like tentacles, but enough. And I guess they also sometimes have like little eyeballs on them, depending on how people feel about them, like how they want to depict them. In further. So yeah, it actually reminds me a little bit of a Venus flytrap, except not planty. Like stems that lead to mouths, essentially. Like prickly bits. So yeah, If you survive, still go to a doctor. Because man, those teeth probably like a cat, they probably have, well, they do have infectious stuff on their teeth. I want to say this isn't the there's another book for that sort of thing. What is it called? I don't remember the name. Uh Monster Girl Dictionary or something like that. Encyclopedia. Yeah, Monster Girl Encyclopedia. I'm not going to be reading that on stream. This is just Dungeon World. This is just Dungeon World monsters. The next monster is the maggot squid. A horde, small. Chew for d6 damage. 3 hit points, 1 armor, and a range of close. The special qualities include amphibious and paralyzing tentacles. The gods that made this thing were playing some sick joke on the civilized folk of the world. The maggot squid wields a face full of horrible squirming tentacles that, if they touch you, feel like being struck by lightning. They'll paralyze you and chew you up slowly while you're helpless. Best to not let it get to that. Their instinct is to eat. And moves include paralyze with a touch. Yeah. At first I thought this was kind of the answer to the rock grub, but no, it's its own like thing. I don't know what so a lot of these are like more generic-y monsters that you'll also find in D&D-ish, but perhaps a bit renamed. Or they're so generic that they can't be like copy. They cannot be trademarked. So for instance, what is it? Illithid and Mind Flayer. One of them is like a more generic term than the other. And I don't know a maggot squid, if that's supposed to be a generic term of something else. Okay. This might actually be a unique creature to Dungeon World, honestly, because I can't find any images to go along with it, or rather, no illustrations go along with it. I'll put it that way. I will leave it out of your eyes, out of your hands, out of your minds. Next is the purple worm. It is solitary and huge. It has a bite, d10 plus 5 damage, 20 hit points, and 2 armor. It has a range of reach and forceful. Range of reach, additional attack of forceful. And the special qualities are burrowing. Description. Yeah, the purple worm. Blessed is its holy slime. We walk, unworthy, in its miles of massive tunnels. We are but shadows under its violent, all-consuming glory. Mere acolytes, we who hope someday to return to the great embrace of its tooth-ringed maw. Let it consume us. Let it eat our homes and villages so that we might be taken. Yeah, the purple worm. Instinct is to consume. Moves include swallow whole and tunnel through stone and earth. Next is the roper. The roper is solitary, large, stealthy, and intelligent. It has a bite of d10 plus 1 damage, 16 hit points, and 1 armor. A range of close and reach. Special qualities include rock-like flesh. Description. Evolutionary happenstance has created a clever underground predator, disguised as a rocky formation, most often a stalactite or stalagmite. The roper waits for its prey to wander by. And when it does, whether it's a rat, a goblin, or a foolhardy adventurer, a mass of thin, whipping tentacles erupts from the thing's hide. 100 lashes in the blink of an eye, and the stunned prey is being dragged into the roper's mouth. Surprisingly effective for a thing that looks like a rock. Instinct to ambush. Moves include ensnare the unsuspecting, disarm a foe, chew on someone. Next is the rot grub. It is a horde creature, and it is tiny. It burrows for d6 minus 2 damage. It has 3 hit points and 0 armor. Reach of hand. Special qualities: burrow into flesh. They live in your skin, or your organ meat, or your eyeballs. They grow there, and then, in a bloody and horrific display, burrow their way out. Disgusting. Instinct to infect. They burrow under the flesh, they lay eggs, and they burst forth from an infected creature. Rot grubs. Rot grubs are tough. They're tough little things. I ran a bit from, is it Ghosts of Saltmarsh? Secrets of Saltmarsh? And there's a rot grub in there, and if you're unprepared, it can be devastating. It can be devastating. And they're tough little creatures. And that's another one that you probably should not look up. I'm really glad that, okay, it's nice when there are photos. It's nice when there are images, I should say. But I'm also kind of glad they don't have images in here. Sometimes, actually, I guess it's a question to ask. Do you prefer when monster lists have images or not? I want to say, reading about a lot of creatures makes them sound more horrible than they actually appear to be. And if you're good with your descriptions, that can be terrifying on its own, letting the imagination fill the gaps, But when it comes to understanding how things look, sometimes words don't get the entirety across. I guess it's also a bit of the choice of, as a DM, you might want a picture so you know how to write your description. But you might not want the players to see it. But I guess you have that choice, at least, if there is, in fact, a picture there. Although this might also not have pictures because it's not a finished version, and also pictures cost money. Pictures cost a lot of money. This is the SRD version, and that generally doesn't have picture, it's only text. Next is the Spider Lord. Solitary, large, devious, intelligent. Attacks with mandibles for d8 plus 4 damage, 16 hit points, and 3 armor. Special qualities: burrowing. A lot of burrowing, but I guess this is a cavern thing. This is a cavern setting. But a spider burrowing? That feels a little strange, actually, in hindsight. Description: even spiders have their gods, whispered to in webs with little praying arms. Instinct to weave webs, literal and metaphorical. Moves include enmesh and webbing, put a plot into motion. So you prefer pictures. Okay, I can see that. I suppose in the end I prefer pictures too, even if they don't necessarily get seen by the players. I want to say, if you've ever played something like 10 Candles, I feel like that might be something where illustrations might do more harm than good. Same for a lot of horror things. Mm. Also, so like a long time ago, I was considering streaming Corpse Party. A long, a long time ago, but I skipped it because I thought like that's probably going to be too much for me. And I had a friend who was watching someone else stream Corpse Party, and I think based on the noises alone, like not even considering imagery, just like yeah, no, you shouldn't be streaming that. I want to say not necessarily. I think it is allowed by Twitch. I could be wrong though, but more so just it might be too much for you, for me. I mean, uh, and more of a maybe sounds are worse. Maybe sounds are worse to complete the picture, the mental image. For me, for me, yeah, yeah. Their particular thing was something about like uh, listening to like a child screaming and crying for like 10 minutes, along with the noises that caused them, or the noises of whatever it was that caused them to scream and cry for 10 minutes. And it was kind of a, okay, that sounds good. Yeah, I mean, like not good, but like that's very considerate to let me know this. Mm-hmm. Like I want to say corpses don't necessarily bother me as long as the corpses aren't like zombies. If they're not moving, um, yeah, yeah, a small yeah body horror stuff. Again, like still images aren't quite as bothersome. I've read most of, well, not most of. I've read a good chunk of MPD Psycho, for instance, and got that got body horror pretty quickly. I mean, like it opened with a refrigerated um girl in a box uh with a fish pump helping her live. It was pretty bad. And that was just the start. But I think like hearing the noises for that would have made it worse, which is I guess also why I tend to avoid like animated horror. But picture horror is fine. Like sequential horror, I guess sequential illustration. Fancy word for comics. Mm. It might also depend on the drama around it. Video game stuff for zombies. Uh I mm, my first introduction, my early introduction to zombies was through video, like movies. So it is a little different. Like I don't necessarily like put them into video game category. And also the graphics for video games was not that great. It really wasn't that great at the beginning. So not that scary. Not that scary. But then again, if they could add in noises for it, that would be worse. Or just, like sudden flashes, jump scare type things. Mm, I'm trying to remember like the formative memory of like making zombies and related things like not good was probably uh, celebrity death match, and I think there was a lot of like dismemberment and stuff in there, and like showing uh, like the cross section of like bone and meat, and that freaked me out as a youngling, as a young elf. So, and it was like super like it was claymation cartoony too, wasn't it? So like I don't know what it was. Oh, that that entry House of Horror, Tree House of Horror with Bart and the sewing of the twin thing. Yeah. Yeah, I've just avoided like zombies in video games as much as possible. Like zombie video games, nope, nope, nope. I'm not watching, I'm not reading. Nothing about that. Nothing about that. And it's not to say I haven't watched some zombie media, because I did watch Dawn of the Dead. I watched Dawn of the Dead, and that was a huge mistake. I've never watched it since. Never watched it since. But it's been like almost 2 decades since I watched it, so like my memories have faded of most of it. No, no. Oh, I watched Shaun of the Dead too. I watched Shaun of the Dead, and that was another one where it was kind of like, no, it's okay, it's a comedy, and it's kind of a no, it is a comedy, but it's also a drama, and I cried. I cried a lot. I cried a lot. Uh, I'd rather not watch Shaun of the Dead again, even though again I know it is supposed to be a comedy. But no, Dawn of the Dead, Dawn. Um, mm, mm. I can't like picture the scenes or anything like that, thankfully. But I remember the concepts that kind of freaked me out at the time, along with the general like disfigure, dismemberment type things going on. Let's see. Next one, the final monster for this setting is the troglodyte. Troglodyte. I want to say also, actually, with zombies, when it comes to like playing tabletop games, I'm fine with zombies there. Like that's all. It's not, I guess, like personal and visual enough for it to be an issue. But video games are a little too visual for me. It's the final monster in this setting. There's like, okay, there's the cavernous dwellers or cavern dwellers, swamp denizens, undead legions, dark woods, ravenous hordes, twisted experiments, lower depths, planner powers, and folk of the realm. I don't think we're going to be able to get through all of them because that is 100 pages of content in one session. But we might be able to do another chunk, and that also depends on some other stuff. Because after each grouping, I want to do like a little mini tier list of them. Mini tier list, small tier list. So last one is the for the cavern dwellers is troglodyte, troglodyte, not troglodyte, troglodyte. We're not gonna get through them all in one. No, it's fine. I spent there have been sessions in here where I've gone like 7 hours, and I've gone through like 2 classes. This has gone pretty well in comparison. And we'll eventually get through them all. It just might take multiple sessions. It is like 100 pages, and this is a 410-page book. I don't think, even when I've gone through like normal, more classic reading streams, like reading an actual story, I don't think I've ever gone through 100 pages in one go. I think my best was probably best, quote unquote, was like 80 ish. And that was one of my early ones. That was, uh, sorry, what was the title? I have it over here. I have it right over here. Um, Something, I can't remember the name of it, the beginning part, but it's a 3-part ish title. Uh, Blank, Fireworks, and My Corpse. Summer, Fireworks, and My Corpse. And that was like 80 ish pages. And that was when I was newer to reading, and I still probably read too fast. I speak too fast, I should say. Troglodyte. Group, organized. Club, D8 damage. 10 hit points. 1 armor. A range of close. Long forgotten, our last remaining ancestors dwell in caves in the wild parts of the world. Driven away by our cities and villages, our iron swords and our fire, these ape men eat their meat raw with sharp nailed hands and jagged teeth. They strike out at frontier villages wielding clubs and in overwhelming numbers to seize cattle, tools, and poor prisoners to drag into the hills. Known for their viciousness and their stink, they're an old and dying race we'd all sooner forget existed. Instinct to prey on civilization. Moves include raid and retreat, used scavenge weapons or magic. So a troglodyte in this case is kind of like the hills have eyes people, right? Or is it no? Is it the hills have eyes? No, 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 no. The depths, is it? Uh I I don't watch horror movies, but I read a lot of synapses about them, like plot bits. And there's a popular horror story, right, about a group of women who go delving into a cave system and they go a little too deep or something. And there's basically like what sounds a bit like troglodytes. They discover that, and I'm pretty certain like they don't make it out alive. Or they just don't make it out, but I don't remember what the name of it is. I'm pretty certain it's not the Hills Have Eyes, because the Hills Have Eyes is older than that. Uh, it was supposed to be like considered a very good horror movie, but what was it? What was it? Was it The Depths? No, no. Uh, it's weird to be like it's not spelunking exactly. Like a spelunking. Oh, I guess it is spelunking horror movie. The Descent is what I'm thinking of. Mm, mm. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking of the Descent. Oh, thank you for the follow, Kaito. Mm, yeah, feel free to interrupt. We're not on a time limit here. I'm gonna finish this book. It just might take, we might be doing into January. Let's see, let's see. And also, there will be VODs. The VODs will go up on YouTube because this is uh, a freely available source, so it's okay to like record and put on other places as long as I think I don't make money off of it. And who makes money from streaming? Who makes money from streaming? Okay, so where did I dump them? Where did I dump them? January 25. It's not going to be that long. Probably. Probably. I feel like it would take that long if I started reading, like, continued reading Pathfinder. How much longer? I don't know. Like, it would be nice to get through another set of monsters. Um, but I'm not. I could try. I can try and get through another set of monsters. Uh, I can do a sneak peek of them. There's. I feel like a lot of the time was taken up by the description of monsters, like how to build a monster. But I'll zoom in here too so you can see a little clearer. So we have like a listing of all the monsters. I don't have images, unfortunately, because our images limit the imagination. And I have the tier list up here. I'm actually going to move them a little closer together. This is not like an official tier list thing. This is a homemade tier list thing. Because I have that sort of power. I can also make the typeface. Actually, let me. I could make the typefaces bigger, but that might also like hurt how it appears. Just pop it up there. So, like looking at all of these, And I guess part of this is like, how much fun would they be to play as a DM? How much fun are these to play as a DM? Much fun. I want to say like kobolds are super fun, but they're not in this list. They're not in this list, unfortunately. Like the smarter ones are fun. Gelatinous cubes are fun. Gelatinous cubes are fun. Let me just like doop S. A or S. I'm not certain. Let's dump a gelatinous cube in here. Tier Zoo for Dungeon World monsters. Mm-hmm. Um, I feel like fire beetles are neat, kind of, but like whatever. I'm not like enamored with them. But they're not like they're not actively bad, I guess. So like C or D, I might adjust these later too. This is like initial gut feelings. Elementals are fun. They're classy. They're classy. They're not like stand out in any particular way, and they're kind of dumb too. Cloakers. I like cloakers. I like because they're kind of mimic like. Um, I don't know if they're S tier necessarily. Um, I think they're cool. I've had a DM. Well, there's a carpet version of that in D&D, essentially, and it's like a carpet smotherer, and those were to great effect. And just thinking, like, why is a cloaker? Okay, so a cloaker looks like a cloak, right? What's it doing in the cavern dweller section? Like, that's a weird place to put it. I don't know if I understand. Um, the rest of these, like cave rats. Cave rats are kind of okay. They're okay. I think they're better than fire beetles, at least. They're not the worst. I want to say this is also not really taking like the mechanical aspects of them necessarily into play. Like I'm not going to worry about, oh, but this one is so much better because it's got so much more hit points and better armor and better damage. I It's like maggot squid. Ugh. Ugh. Wouldn't really want to use them. I don't have a Discord server. I don't really know if I need one at this stage. I don't really know if I need one at this stage. Let's see, let's see. Oh, Tuger, okay. Goliath. Actually, wait. Did I miss something here? I feel like I skipped over something. Because I manually added these. It's kind of a. I don't have a gargoyle in here, do I? Let me check. Cavern dwellers. I skipped gargoyle. Let's just pop one in here. Gargoyle. The thing is, like, it's kind of a. Do I like gargoyles? Or do I like Dungeon World gargoyles? Or do I just like gargoyles? And it's kind of a. Low column A, low column B. Maybe. Do it in there. But yeah. Mm. I suppose I'm not in a whole lot of Discord servers for VTubers, so I don't really know like the etiquette around that sort of thing. So it's a little bit like not worrying exactly, but like it's another thing to try to understand before I implement it, I guess. Mm. Mm. Let's see. I like the description of purple worm. It's kind of a wait, is that really how purple worms work? Are they really like worshipped like that? I actually really don't like spiders. I really hate insects, but I like the concept of the spider lord, like I guess intelligent spiders that we've with the way they describe like literal and metaphorical weaving is pretty cool. So like normally I think it's kind of I'm just gonna put a lot of the insects way down. The anket is not as bothersome as a maggot squid. Rat grub again, like bleh, bleh, not bleh. It's evocative in a gross way, but it's in a gross way I can handle. So I think they're also going to go up into C. Goblins. Goblins are classic. Goblins are classic. Actually, there's going to be. What am I going to do here? I'm going to adjust some things here. Oh, let me. Can I do this all in one? Can I do this all in one? I'm doing a little bit of side work. Oh, wrong thing. We're going to grab that instead. There we go. And what about in between? Oh. Oh. Wait. Oh, okay. Sorry, just a little bit of um a little bit of side work to make it work a little bit better. Like to make it look a little cleaner. When I initially made the system, I made it for images only. And with this, it's not based on images. It's based on other stuff. It's based on text. So just trying to like get a better look for it. So like why is it doing that? And it's kind of oh, because the colors are different. So it stands out a bit more. But actually, I'm going to bring up the unranked a little closer so I can zoom in more. Wait, I ranked the cave rat though. I ranked the cave rat. Okay. And the choker. Gelatinous cubes are S tier. See? They're really fun. Okay, so your current character considers the gelatinous cube a best friend, but what about the gelatinous cube's feeling on this relationship? Can a gelatinous cube consent to that? Well, I want to say it literally doesn't have a brain, but then again, a lot of things don't have brains because it's magic. So, he can. He's a very busy sorcerer. Oh, let's see. I'm gonna flip back. I wish you could hear like the flipping of the book, honestly. But someday I'll be able to turn that noise setting off so you can hear the flipping of the pages. Plasmoid. Okay, that makes a lot of sense then. Like a plasmoid and a gelatinous cube. That works. There can be mutual ground to be had there. Disney cartoon? Yeah, Gargoyles is really fun. The Disney cartoon. Um, it's actually available, I think, on Disney Plus or Netflix. Probably Disney Plus though. Maybe? I don't think it's on Hulu. Um, and it was a fairly well made and like I don't want to say surprisingly adult, but surprisingly adult for like a Disney cartoon. I didn't finish my rewatching. I only got a few episodes in, but mm, mm, I liked it when I was very young, but I it was difficult to watch because it was a Disney cartoon and did not have Disney access. So it's kind of like only on special occasions when it was like given away for free, essentially, the Disney Channel. Thank you for the follow, LVG. So in this case, like the gargoyles are not quite the same, but they're pretty cool. And it feels a bit like I've also run into gargoyles in D&D, but again, that was D&D. Most of my, or rather, some of the major enemies I dealt with in Dungeon World when I was a character, or when I played a character rather, or goblins. Goblins. If it weren't for some interpretations of them, they wouldn't. They're fodder. They're early, but they can be rather nasty. It really depends on how seriously you take them. I'm actually going to put the Orcaster up a little higher. But again, I guess it's more of like these shouldn't be like your main goblins necessarily. Um they're like a bay leaf in a soup. You don't want a whole lot of it in there, but you do want it in there to give extra depth. Also, you don't eat the goblin Orcaster. You don't eat the bay leaf. What series has my favorite take on goblins? um uh I liked Goblin Slayer, honestly. Ish. Like it's pretty messed up, yeah, but like the idea of they are extremely dangerous. Um or rather, if you tackle them in their lair, they're dangerous. If you're unprepared, they can be dangerous. If you're undermine them, like underestimate them, uh they're dangerous. That sort of thing. Mm-mm. Uh and the fact that like normal not normal people, but like well seasoned fighters can deal with them, but like why bother? Because why bother? Like it's a lot of work for not a lot of pay, and there's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of them. Like, there's some other issues with the Goblin Slayer world, but uh, that interpretation is I guess the grittiness of it. I like it. I'm trying to remember. There was another series that was coming out right around the same time, and it had like a cute female goblin as one of the characters. And it's just sort of yay, sexy goblins, yay, sexy monster girls. I guess, well, just like there's different interpretations of like kobolds, right? And like you could have like the cute, well, I guess that and goblins, they both have like cute, sexy versions. And then you have like I don't want to say proper monstrous versions, but like more inhuman versions. Those are fun. Never exactly sold on the premise of, hey, dangerous goblins. mm, I want to say part of the premise is also having a character who is trying to. He's kind of. I want to say the main character is kind of that guy. He's kind of that guy. He doesn't want to roll necessarily. He wants to outsmart things so he doesn't have to roll. Um, but yeah, it also feels like a stark contrast to how a lot of people play D&D nowadays. I shouldn't say nowadays, but like in like light, fluffy. I shouldn't say fluffy worlds, but uh, not so gritty. There's like the chart of worlds, right? Where it could be anywhere from grim dark to noble bright. So like Goblin Slayer is, I guess, I'm trying to think. There's like grim dark, noble bright. Uh, is the world looking up or not? Is, I guess, part of the grim to noble section, and how the world currently is, I guess, is dark versus bright. So Goblin Slayer is not exactly grim dark. Uh, I guess it's like neutral dark ish because not the entire world is like having these issues. It's just things on the fringe of society, which is where they currently are. Like it's set in a frontier area. And we do have the main character who is fighting against it, so it's not exactly like grim. The future is not grim, strictly speaking. Thank you for the song. Thank you for the song, passion fruit. Fruit. Passion fruit. Welcome to the garden. Welcome to the garden. But I guess not all worlds can also be like neatly categorized in that kind of thing, in that setting, in that uh, division. And also just thinking like how many other things have like mm, I guess a focus on goblins or a lot of goblins. Thinking about like other goblins, so like completely opposite. I shouldn't say opposite, but so there's something in I think it's actually like some forms of changeling, um, like the White Wolf property changeling. I don't remember if it's from Dreaming or Lost. I'm pretty certain it's from there though. Is the concept of the goblin market, which I like, which is not like it's not goblins as in like the multiplying little festering creatures. It's more of goblin as in fey creatures. Like they might be still small and like kind of grubby, but they are traders. And for goblin markets, they will trade you stuff for stuff. And stuff could be a memory, it could be an ability, it could be a lot of things. You could trade your name for a fancy magic item if you want. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so it is lost. Yeah, yeah. So I really like that concept, but it's at like the name especially is that complete ends with like the other concept of goblin. So this kind of also comes from the whole issue of you have multiple forms that are have the same name or are kind of like sort of related, but not really at the same time. So like fairies as the same as elves, as the same as mm, I guess like gnomes and stuff like that. Like they're all fae, but are they like proper? Like depending on your definition of fae too. Is there a separate world for the fae? Do they hail from there? And D&D like twisted, and now they're kind of separate concepts. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Market with physical and the abstract. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So yeah. So I guess it's not like a I guess it's kind of a tie, but different interpretations of goblin. I really like the goblin market, uh, and but I also like the other concept of goblin as well. They have different purposes. They have different purposes. You can't put a goblin market in all campaigns, and not all campaigns need like the gritty multiplying hordes of goblins. And dwarven warriors, like, this is dwarves. Dwarfs. You know what? It's kind of like I'm an elf. Actually, you can see what I'm highlighting right now. It's like I'm not going to put them in F, but dwarves. What are they good for? What are they good for? Dwarfs. They don't. They don't light any fire in my heart. Dwarven warriors. They're going along with the fire beetles and the Ankegs. Ankegs. Let's see. I guess I kind of like the concept of the troglodytes. It was something I was planning on doing. Um, so, like, I guess this we read about how to build a monster in general, and then we read all about the cavern dwellers, and now we're tier listing the cavern dwellers. So I'm going to be doing this for all the monsters as we go through them, like how interesting the concept they are, how fun they are. Thinking, I guess mostly from a DM perspective. You read the dwarves on this one, they're bros. It's ASMR tier list making. That's a thing, right? That's a thing. I guess like dwarves aren't bad. I've played a dwarf once, but mm, mm, they're a bit too stodgy. They're a bit too stodgy. I guess is this gonna be I guess actually yeah, it's kind of slander on the dwarves that like oh I have goblins and like even troglodytes above them. Uh, Otuk, they sound impressive. They're just kind of whatever. I think maybe I love dwarves. I'm sorry. Sorry. I'm not a dwarf lover. I'm not a lover of dwarves. Okay, what else do we have here? So the last ones I've left are the ones I don't have a lot of experience with. Dwarf slander. Look, there's more chances for like dwarves in here somewhere, I think. Let me check. Uh maybe they're not. Not under ravenous hordes. Maybe they're in twisted experiments. Nope. Maybe they're in planner powers. Nope. Folk of the realm. No, I guess dwarves are only in here. It's a shame. Well, I mean, we're making this, but we're going to be going through different sections. And maybe we'll revise the list as we go through other things. Maybe realizing maybe they'll bump up. Maybe they'll bump down. Maybe they'll bump down. It is kind of funny that they put Dwarven Warrior in here, though, and not in Folk of the Realm. They're not Folk of the Realm, they're Cavern Dwellers. Caverns are better than dwarves. No comment. I want to say, I don't really know many dwarves. Are there any dwarf YouTubers? I know a gnome. I know elves. I know tieflings. I don't think I know any dwarves. I feel like I know more rat VTubers. Okay, let's see. Yeah, again, like looking at the list, looking at the descriptions, and how cloakers are in here as cavern dweller as well. Even though it's kind of a, what is a cloaker doing? What is a literal cloak doing in a dungeon, in a cavern, along with these other creatures? Goblins and elves, both fairies. Biological tree. I want to say putting fairies into a biological tree. That doesn't feel very fey. Let them live free. Let them live free. And also, wait, what do you mean Fataria diva. Elves aren't divas. Elves aren't divas. That's slander. That is slander. I feel like I should know, like, like, sorry, I thought I heard something a bit strange. I was a bit worried. Let me check. Like, chthonic. Isn't that one of the humors? Uh, is it a humor? No, it's not. Is it? What are the humors? What are the humors? Mm, okay, no. Phleg- Phlegma, sanguine, choleric, and melanic. Or melanch. Okay. Underworld stuff. Okay. That's a bit of a strange one for goblins, but I probably just don't know enough details about it. Because there's other things that might be considered fairies that also would fit there. I'm thinking of Changeling and how they have Slua. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. And then there's like banshees and shit. There's a whole world of like things that kind of ride the barrier between undead and fairy. Because some places just don't have a distinction between them. Okay. I looking at chokers is kind of well, looking at the concept of choker is kind of an ooh. Ugh. What does a choker look like? What does a choker look like? I feel like I need to be very careful about my search here. I need to be very careful about my search. Ah, okay. I'm going to be defaulting here to some D&D searches because otherwise, uh, you know, might not be super safe. So this is what a choker looks like roughly-ish. I guess the concept of it. Maybe not so much with like the weird things in the hands, but kind of alienish creatures. Hmm. Choker makes you think of the clothing accessory. Yeah, yeah. And I was also thinking, I was thinking about this this morning before I went to bed. I realized like I have to go around my garden. I have to check my perimeter and some of my plants. I have a few plants in my garden that like I would describe as chokers, mostly because maybe strangler is a good word, just because they um are literally choking out other plants. I have a few. The neighbors have ivy, um, and it is, you know, doing what ivy does. It's reaching, it's crawling along the floor, it is pinning itself to things. So I actually have to like you can hear and feel the resistance when you rip it off of trees. Um, so like I'm trying to keep that in check so it doesn't choke my garden. And then there's another two plants that are the same type, but I don't know what they are. I haven't looked up what they are. And one of them tried to strangle some equipment I had. Another one is trying to choke out my one of my hydrangea. And what it's doing is, and I've seen it in action. Um, when I let it get a little too open, when I didn't realize what it was doing, it it climbed up the hydrangea. Bro, don't even get me started with the hydrangea. I've got three of them, two different types. They're excuse me, they're not the best flower. There's an evening primrose right here. But so this plant, this climbing plant, it climbed up the hydrangea, and it has its vine growing and it's just reaching out for whatever it can touch next and wrap it around it, which was a chair. So it started growing onto the chair as well and wrapping around it. And I don't know exactly if this is what it was doing, but it felt like it would find a branch or like a pole of wood or whatever it could reach. And I swear, this vine would split in two and then go around it. So basically encapsulating the branch inside itself to give it like a little lock. It basically like bound the hydrangea and the chair to it. So I had to be very careful actually cutting it off the first time I found this out because it was kind of I don't want to end up snipping off like a bunch of my hydrangea. I have to be careful. And I haven't been able to get at the roots of it, so it keeps coming back, unfortunately. So yeah, I have to go check on my stranglers in my garden. Literally. It's not a joke. There's another one too that I have that I've looked up. It might be like Boston Ivy or something. That's also like climbing up my home, and you can tell where it's been because it leaves a mark after you take it down because it's like actually kind of embedding itself. An ivy VTuber? It would not be surprising if there's an ivy VTuber. Whether or not they make the clean as a part of their personality, who knows? Yeah, if you have ivy, don't let it run wild. It looks really pretty growing on the sides of buildings, but it actually damages the building. It will grow into your home. It will let water in. It will, by letting it grow, you're also making the problem worse. Like maybe there was already a crack where it was. It's just gonna get worse. It's a real shame learning that about ivy because I was interested in having like ivy covered home. Like I'll just let it grow on the fences. I'll let it grow on the perimeter. Hmm. There is Lily Valerie actually. Um, Let me grab her name. I don't know if she's necessarily based on the plant. I don't think she is. She's a fox girl actually, but Lily Valerie is her Twitch. She was one of the first people who I think rated into me. And there's also Hyacinth, who is a flower AI. And let me get her name. Hyacinth. Maybe I can let it grow on some kind of barrier. Yeah, yeah, I do have a fence for it. Um, the fence dividing the property. But I could get a trellis too. I could get a trellis. So there is Lily Valerie again. Um, there's Lily Valerie and Hyacinth Live. Hyacinth is really. They're both very cute. They're both very cute. I think they're both very say so. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. So that's why she's a flower AI. But yeah, sometimes I think about getting a proper trellis, but there are other things I should focus on first in the garden. There are other things that need attention rather than placating arrogant climbers. I should focus on the plants that I really want to stay. I do actually have a bunch of lily of the valley. They're actually not very far from the vines, so by culling the ivy, I'm protecting the lily of the valley. The lily of the valley are very cute, very small, and they're slowly spreading. But it's a good thing that they're spreading right now, anyway. They're filling a shaded area. It's just a shame that they have such short bloom time. And actually, I feel like I should actually be buying some crocuses, some saffron, because they're not like supposed to be like super difficult to grow. And if you do it right, you get saffron out of it. Like three lines of saffron per flower. and they'll spread on their own with time. They'll spread on their own with time. It'll just take a while, but I have a long time to wait for that. And there was something else I wanted to get and plant, but I forgot what it was. Everyone likes saffron. Mm. It feels a little strange to be growing them for a purpose and not necessarily for the bloom. A lot of the other things I have are just for show. Well, I say just for show. They're good for the pollinators, honestly. It's a haven for bees and other pollinators. Bees are not the only pollinators. Moths are too. Or moths can be. And butterflies. Mm-hmm. There was something else. Not just Lily of the Valley. I also have azaleas and Spanish bluebells and a few other things. But the Lily of the Valley are really cute. I actually have some hyacinths too. But they're a bit off to the side. Okay, so like looking at chokers, let me just reread the choker bit a little bit. They're yeah. I guess I feel like they're the same kind of feeling as trogdolites, except like more rubbery. And I like the concept of the trogdolite more. Troglodyte. Troglodyte. I'll drink some water. Okay. I'm actually gonna look up troglodyte. I can spell it. I can spell it. Troglodyte. Do these even exist? My tea has run out. Huh. This isn't what I had in mind for a troglodyte. Honestly. Maybe I should maybe I should have just not looked it up. I feel like now it's kinda like, I'm gonna rank them one lower. I'm gonna rank them one lower. Now I'm not feeling quite so inspired. I thought they were a bit more human. But I guess that's also a case of like description versus D&D. Or like basic description versus D&D. Okay, yeah, because they describe the troglodyte in in Dungeon World as like ape men, and D&D does not. So I guess if we're like harkening back, this is Dungeon World, not D&D. I'm just searching the D&D terms because I don't want it to come up with non-stuff, non-fantasy versions of things like chokers, or ropers. Okay. It was a big mug of tea, but it does run out over time, and I didn't make a pot this time. Troglodyte, troglodyte, troglodyte. I'm getting better at pronouncing it. Okay, so chokers are kind of like whatever. Meh. They're meh. They're not like offensive to me like maggot squids. They're not offensive. There's gonna be a lot of like meh tier cavernous creatures. I feel like not a. They're not my favorite category. Thanks for the head pat. So we have the Goliath, which is undying race of titans. They're angry, and they don't really have like a visual description of them. Mm. They are intelligent though, so I feel like they don't incite me to any like I don't want to use them necessarily. I I can't come up with anything for them. Otyugs. Okay, and these were the things with huge mouths filled with like festering bits and uh tentacles with like spiky bits in the end, if we are to believe the D&D. They're actually just looking at the description where they talk about how they spend much of their time partially submerged in filthy water, preferring eating garbage over any other food. It's kind of a case of, so is this a little bit like a hippo ish? Like, angry little creature, or maybe not, angry big creature, um, hiding in the water. Maybe hiding isn't the right word either exactly, but like chilling in the water, and like, oh, something tasty, let me just like smash it into my mouth. I think I just kind of talked myself into giving them a slightly better rating. I think I just talked myself into, like, they're kind of D, but maybe C. Like I could see having fun using them in the dungeon. And all we have left is the roper. I think actually after this I am gonna call it. It's been over 3.5 hours. Um, let's see. Last one is the roper. So it's a rock. Oh, this is the thing that looks like a rock. It looks like a rock, and it it will ambush things. Okay, I think I've actually used a roper in the past. Let me check. Okay, roper, roper, roper. Excellent, excellent. Yeah. Okay, I have. Surprisingly effective for a thing that looks like a rock. Oh, and here we have a model. Delicious. Oh, there's a lot of like models in here. Let me let me pop this one open too. Blech. So it's a shame it doesn't have the ability to like basically just look like a stalagmite, stalactite. But I think they're fun for striking fear into the hearts of adventurers, you know? They're not like they're a passing they're a passing problem. They're not like a big villain. They're not a recurring thing. So like step up for what they are, I guess like conceptually, but also step down because uh they're more of like a minor monster. Part of that is probably also because of the nature. Like they're not intelligent. I don't think. Let me check. Oh, ropers are intelligent. Oh, thank you for the raid, Saku. Okay, maybe I will stay up for another round of monsters. I'll stay up for another round of monsters. Um, thank you for the raid. Were you doing ASMR before this? What were you reading? An ox too. Hello, ox. Double raid. Okay, yeah. I guess I'll go through another round of monsters then. Um, thank you, Auxilia, as well for the raid. Yeah. Oh, I have to wait a minute because yeah, yeah, a little too close. Um, for those who don't know me, I am the Evening Primrose. I am a garden elf. I come out at night. Uh, and tonight we are reading about the monsters of Dungeon World. Uh, we just read all about cavern dwellers, and after I read all of them, going through a tier list essentially and ranking them about like using them as like a DM, like how interesting of a concept they are, how fun they would be. Gelatinous cubes were like they're the coolest in the cavern dwellers, and Nagget squids disgust me. I don't think I could do it. I don't think I could have one. Um, and yeah, yeah. Uh, and yeah, cave rats above dwarf warriors. I don't really like dwarves. Okay, maybe now I can do the thing. So I do this. Oh, it's still not letting me do the thing. Okay, it's still not letting me do the thing. Okay. Every now and then I hear knocking, and it's kind of are the cats angry? Is that in the Callisto Protocol? Oh, were you able to uh, actually run it? And also, thank you for the follow, Das Dracula and Saku. Now, can I? How can I shadow Auxilia? For those who don't know Auxilia, if you look if you look on my Twitter, like one of my last 5 tweets, I think, was me shouting out a piece of art that he recently did. He's a mad lad. He plays video games, but he also does art. Yeah. Sorry, Ox. I won't shout out my Twitter link then. um and I want to yeah. Yeah. So, ropers. Ropers are okay. They're somewhere in like the sea range. They're somewhere in the sea range. So that's our listing right now for the. You just went to get some tea? Yeah, a lot of things happened, I guess, in between. And also, like, I'm out of tea, actually. I'm out of tea. I'm going to set up. I actually have the next set planned, but first, reading about them. Reading about the monsters before I decide, like, what they're worth, so to speak. What are these monsters worth, really? Also, I guess because I'm switching this up, I'm going to also adjust the text real quick. Nope, that's not it. Text description. Here, we're going to move this up. We're going to move this up. And we are no longer going to be reading about cavern dwellers. Have a good night, Passion. Yeah, go sleep. Go sleep. Take care of yourself. We had a long stream. I feel like you started really around the same time I did. Take care. We are going to be reading about the second monster setting, which is going to be Swamp Denizens. Swamp Denizens. And let me do a real quick count of how many things are in here. Swamp Denizens. Swamp Denizens. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. There's like 20 of them. Thank you. Thank you, Janelle. Thanks for the head pat. Yeah, there's 20 swamp things. Swamp denizens. I'm probably going to end up saying swamp things a lot. Don't mind that. Don't mind that. So, swamp denizens. Start with Bakunawa. Actually, yeah, I guess actually between them, I'm going to unleash them on the ranking list once I grab the appropriate list. Actually, let's just do a quick thing. I wish this were a little quicker. I'm using a system called Figma to do the ranking chart, so I can do things and add things on the fly. It's browser based. It's really good. Adobe bought them, but hopefully they stay good despite Adobe having bought them. So I'm just gonna hide everything internally, and then hopefully I can unleash things as I go. So, the Bakunawa. It is solitary, large, intelligent, messy, and forceful. It has a bite of D10 plus 3 damage, 1 piercing, 16 hit points, and 2 armor. The ranges are close and reach, and the special qualities, amphibious. The description: Dragon Turtle's sister is a mighty serpent queen. 10 yards of scales and muscle. They say she wakes with a hunger when the sun disappears from the sky. She is attracted by bright light in the darkness, and like any snake, the Bakunawa is sneaky. She will seek first to beguile and mislead, and will only strike out with violence when no other option is available. When she does, though, her jaws are strong enough to crack the hull of any swamp boat, and certainly enough to slice through any steel breastplate or two. Give the greedy snake your treasures, and she might just leave you alone. Instinct to devour. She lures prey with lies and illusions. She will also lash out at light, and finally she devours. So I'm going to be reading all of the swamp denizens before I start adding them to the list. And we won't rank them until they're all done. So we start with the Bakunawa. This way you can also see them down here. Let's see. Next one is the basilisk. It's a solitary and a hoarder. Its bite does D10 damage. It has 12 hit points and 2 armor. A range of close. Few have seen a basilisk and lived to tell the tale. Get it? Seen a basilisk? A little bit of basilisk humor there. Sorry, I know you're looking for something helpful, sirs. Serious stuff, I understand. The basilisk, even without its ability to turn your flesh to stone with a gaze, is a dangerous creature. A bit like a frog, bulbous eyes and 6-muscled legs built for leaping. A bit like an alligator, with snapping jaws and sawing teeth. Covered in stony scales and very hard to kill. Best avoided, if possible. Instinct is to create new statuary. Moves include turn flesh to stone with a gaze, and retreat into a maze of stone. So that is the basilisk. I feel like because it's a classic monster, there's a lot more like visual interpretations that are a little different. Like they all have the same base, but they don't describe anything in here. Actually, wait, no, am I thinking of the cockatrice? I'm probably thinking of a cockatrice. The cockatrice is kind of similar to a basilisk, isn't it? Or are they tied together in a different way? Like, is the cockatrice a way to defeat a basilisk? Like the cobra, and it's not a ferret, it's not a mink, it's another creature. What is it with the cobra? If I just look up cobra ferret, it's probably not. It's a. Oh, come on. This sucks. If I look up cobra ferret, it's coming up with like G.I. Joe. Cobra. Enemy. What is the obra? Oh, come on. It keeps coming up with like G.I. Joe stuff. I swear. Mongoose. The mongoose. Okay. Mongoose and the cobra. So, cockatrice and a basilisk. Hmm? Or what is the difference? Oh, okay. I guess they are based on the same concept initially, but they've been split off. Okay. Looking at or breathing on someone with chicken heads. Poisonous snakes with chicken heads. Okay. I wonder if it's a bit like tea and chai or tea and cha in terms of naming. Next thing is a black pudding. It's solitary and amorphous. It has a corrosive touch, D10 damage, ignores armor, 15 hit points, and 1 armor. Range of close. Special qualities, amorphous. Let's see. Water, the primrose. I actually don't have a whole lot of water left. I do have enough water for this, but this is probably gonna be the last one. And then I'm gonna have to take a break to go fetch some more water. So for the black pudding, description. How do you kill a pile of goo? A great squishy pile of goo that also happens to want to dissolve you and slurp you up? That is a good question to which I have no answer. Do let us know when you find out. Instinct to dissolve. Moves include eat away metal, flesh, or wood, and also ooze into a troubling place. Food, armor, stomach. Fire. Oh, maybe we should ask Hazmat. He's a black pudding, right? He's a black pudding. Just thinking like, that's something else on my Christmas list. I actually have black pudding on my Christmas list. On my wish list, I black pudding. So there's like black pudding, the ooze, I guess. But there's also, I guess, Americans don't call black pudding or like chocolate pudding black pudding, right? It's just chocolate pudding. But if you say to someone like, I'm eating black pudding, they probably think you're eating a sweet. But of how to kill him, that's fair. Okay, maybe we don't ask Hazmat. Hazmat is a VTuber who is a black pudding. He's an amorphous ooze. He also has the same character designer as me. I don't want to say it would be hard to guess, but his character designer is the same as me. Che. But black pudding is also a kind of breakfast meat. It's made out of blood. It's blood and uh, some other materials like more oats, I guess. Like kind of filler binder. And it's delicious. It's delicious. There's also a white version which is less blood. But black pudding is really tasty. So it's on my wish list. It might be more of a like acquired taste though, honestly. And I guess it takes some people some getting used to the concept of it. But at the same time, like if you look at it, you wouldn't think that's what it is. Because it's a solid at that stage, because of the binder. The next enemy is a Codal. It is solitary, intelligent, and devious. Its attack is a light ray for D8 damage, and it ignores armor. It has 12 hit points and 2 armor itself. It has a range of close and special qualities of wings and halo. Description. As if in direct defiance of the decay and filth of the world, the gods granted us the Quaddle. Hold on. Okay. I thought I was going to sneeze, but I didn't. I couldn't. I thought about it and then it disappeared. I'm not certain if this is supposed to be Codal or Coatl. It's spelled Codal. I'm going to unveil it early, so if anyone has any interpretations of how it's supposed to be pronounced, well, come on, unhide. Because it looks like Codal. But I default to Quaddle when I think about this concept. So, the gods granted us the Codal, as if to say, there's beauty even in this grim place. A serpent in flight on jeweled wings, these beautiful creatures glow with a soft light, as the sun does through stained glass. Bright, wise, and calm, a Codal often knows many things and sees many more. You might be able to make a trade with it in exchange for some favor. They seek to cleanse and to purge and to make of this dark world a better one. Shame we have so few. The gods are cruel. Instinct to cleanse. Moves include pass judgment on a person or a place, summon divine forces to cleanse, or offer information in exchange for service. So just kind of a, this is swamp denizens. Just kind of a, that's not a bad thing. I can understand. I should reiterate, the definition in Dungeon World of a monster is something that stands in the player's way. So it's not declaring that they're evil or anything like that, just that they might not agree with, I suppose, the players. So, I think it's one of the. Well, there's also the Dwarven Warriors too, I guess. Like a lot of the others, these others are like more evil or neutral, and the Codal doesn't sound necessarily. I guess it's more like good to neutral with the description. But it could also, I guess, quite easily be considered evil depending on the whole past judgment thing. The next creature, the next monster, is a crocodilian. It is a group creature, and it is large. It has a bite of d8 plus 3 damage, 10 hit points, and 2 armor. Ranges close in reach. Special qualities amphibious and camouflage. Description: it's a really, really big crocodile. Seriously, so big. Instinct to eat. Moves include attack an unsuspecting victim, escape into the water, hold something tight in its jaws. And this also has a little sidebar. Occasionally in Dungeon World, in the book, there are sidebars that are quotes from things, either from songs or from movies or literature. This one, I've watched part of it. I don't know if I've seen this particular part, and I don't remember this character exactly. I feel like I would if I knew it. Like I would know. I want to say, you know what? There's only like so many people it could be. I hate the wetlands. They're stupid and wet, and there are bugs everywhere, and I think I maced a crane. Lindsay from Arrested Development. She's the mother of Maybe, right? Lindsay? Just thinking. The mother only had one daughter, and the mother's name is, I don't think, is Lindsay. It also doesn't sound like something the mother would say. But I could be wrong. It's been a very long time since I've seen Arrested Development, and I've only seen maybe like 1 or 2 seasons. I am quite far behind on pop culture. This book was published in 2012. This is the like pre-publishing version of it, so it kind of dates the sidebar content quite a bit. Quite a bit. I'm just thinking also, like, for this crocodilian. Wait, no, Abigail. There's another VTuber named Abigail, and I think they're probably like crocodilian-ish. But it's also, it might be alligator. I I have trouble telling the difference sometimes. Crocodilian. Okay. I think actually I'm going to take like a very quick break so I can make a little bit more tea for myself because we still have 15 more monsters and then like ranking them to go through. So please bear with me for a moment. I will be right back after boiling and making tea. Thank you. And back. I brought back some Irish breakfast tea this time because I'm going to have to get started with my day after this. Well, night, night. Where were we? We left off with Crocodilian. We covered that. Next is the doppelganger. Doppelganger. They are solitary, devious, and intelligent. They have their attack is with a dagger, d6 damage, 12 hit points, and 0 armor. Range of close, with special qualities of shape shifting. Their natural form, if you ever see it, is hideous, like a creature who stopped growing part way before it decided it was an elf or man or dwarf. Then again, maybe that's how you get to be the way a doppelganger is. Without form, without shape to call their own, maybe all they really seek is a place to fit in. If you go out into the world, when you come back home, make sure your friends are who you think they are. They might, instead, be a doppelganger, and your friend might be dead at the bottom of a well somewhere. Then again, depending on your friends, that might be an improvement. Instinct to infiltrate. Their moves include assume the shape of a person whose flesh it's tasted, use another's identity to advantage, and leave someone's reputation shattered. Just thinking about that. Are there any doppelganger beat tubers? Probably not, right? That would be an expensive proposition, changing models so much. But I don't know if I've heard the section about like being able to assume the shape of a person whose flesh it's tasted. Like that, the bit about having to taste them first. That's new to me. But I wonder if that's closer to classical folklore for them or if it's just an extra bit here. Like, is it only a Dungeon World thing, that particular bit? I want to say for other ones, it feels like they don't necessarily go for that, but it might also depend on how much they humanize the doppelganger. Like in Witcher, I don't think they have to taste the flesh for that to work. I. It's kind of, I don't start ranking yet. I don't start ranking yet. But I do want to put Doppelganger up somewhere. Oh, did I spell it right? Okay, I did spell it right. I was worried for a second that I spelled doppelganger wrong. I even made sure to copy the umlauts in there. Oop. No, no, no. That's not it. Okay. Hmm. I'm glad that there is in like D&D that there is a race, the changeling race, where they kind of separate it out, but it does kind of water down the concept in general. But the book spells it the way that I have it written down here. Actually, actually, why do I have? Oh, I'm gonna do that. So it's gonna be a little bit tighter. So I'm gonna test something out. Okay. It would have been cool if actually I feel like I should have green screened this so black is not visible. Changelings, they're descended from doppelgangers in Eberron. Okay. I want to say that doesn't really happen a whole well, maybe I haven't played any campaigns with changelings as far as I know. Maybe they were just very good at what they did. But I kind of doubt it. Um I could see them being fun. I would like to one day play an Eberron game. It seems like an interesting world. It doesn't have to be D&D. It doesn't have to be D&D. Next, yeah, so this was mentioned. This monster was mentioned in a previous entry in here with the Bakunawa. Actually, they pair in their opening line. Dragon turtle, solitary, huge, cautious. Bite of D10 plus 3 damage, 20 hit points, and 4 armor. It has a range of reach and special qualities of shell and amphibious. Bakunawa has a brother, where she is quick to anger and hungry for gold. He is slow and sturdy. She is a knife, and he is a shield. A great turtle that lies in the muck and mire for ages as they pass, mud piled upon his back, sometimes trees and shrubs. Sometimes a whole misguided clan of goblins will build their huts and cook their ratty meals on the shell of the dragon turtle. His snapping jaws may be glacier slow, but they can rend a castle wall. Be careful where you tread. His instinct is to resist change. Moves include move forward implacably. I only know how to pronounce that roughly because of earlier in this reading session. Bring its full bulk to bear. Destroy structures and buildings. So after the doppelganger is dragon turtle. Dragon turtle? Dragon turtle. After that, we have the dragon whelp. The dragon whelp is solitary, small, intelligent, cautious, and a hoarder. It has elemental breath, d10 plus 2 damage, 16 hit points, and 3 armor. Ranges of close and near. Special qualities: wings, elemental blood. Description: what? Did you think they were all a mile long? Did you think they didn't come smaller than that? Sure, they may be no bigger than a dog and no smarter than an ape, but a dragon whelp can still belch up a hellish ball of fire that'll melt your armor shut and drop you screaming into the mud. Their scales, too, are softer than those of their bigger kin, but can still turn an arrow or sword not perfectly aimed. Size is not the only measure of might. Instinct to grow in power. Sorry, I heard a problem child. So, the moves that a dragon whelp can take include start a lair, form a base of power, call on family ties, and demand oaths of servitude. One second, I'm going to check on something in terms of the book. Cross referencing something in here. The elements. Oh. Oh. Let's see. Okay. We just finished Dragon Whelp. Next we have Ekek, which only comes in horde form. Or rather, it is a horde creature. It attacks with talons for d6 damage, 3 hit points, 1 armor. A range of close and special qualities are wing arms. Description goes, ugly, wrinkled birdfolk these. Once, maybe, in some ancient past, they were a race of angelic men from on high, but now they eat rats that they fish from the murk with talon feet and devour with needle teeth. They understand the tongues of men and dwarves, but speak in little more than gibbering tongues, mimicking the words they hear with mocking laughter. It's a chilling thing to see a beast so close to man or bird, but not quite either one. Instinct is to lash out. They attack from the air, and they carry out the bidding of a more powerful creature. That is the Ekek. Thank you, Brother Mouse. Now we're kind of like wrapping into like a second set. I wonder if I should probably actually. I'm gonna. I can't quickly wrap them, so I'll just keep scrolling. This is gonna actually be quite the long list. I'll keep it there for now. After the Ekek comes the fire eels. They are a horde and they are tiny. They have a burning touch for d6 minus 2 damage, ignores armor. They have 3 hit points and 0 armor. And they have a range of hands. And they have special qualities of flammable, oil, and aquatic. These strange creatures are no bigger or smarter than their mundane kin. They have the same vicious nature. Over their relations, they have one advantage: an oily secretion that oozes from their skin and makes them hard to catch. On top of that, with a twist of their body, they can ignite the stuff, leaving pools of burning oil atop the surface of the water and roasting prey and predator alike. I hear the slimy things make good ingredients for fire-resistant gear, but you have to get your hands on one first. Instinct to ignite. Moves include catch someone or something on fire, even underwater, and consume burning prey. Next up, after fire eels, is frogman. Frogman, a singular. Well, description is a singular frogman. No space. Frogman. They are a horde creature. They are small and intelligent. They have a spear for d6 damage. They have 7 hit points and 1 armor. They have a range of close and special qualities of amphibious. Croak, croak, croak. Little warty munchkins. Some wizard or godling's idea of a bad joke, these creatures are. They stand as men, dressed in scavenged cloth, and hold court in their froggy villages. They speak a rumbling pigeon form of the tongue of man and are constantly at war with their neighbors. They're greedy and stupid, but clever enough when they need to defend themselves. Some say, too, their priests have a remarkable skill at healing. Or maybe they're just really, really hard to kill. Instinct to wage war. Moves include launch an amphibious assault, heal at a prodigious rate. That is the frogman. Next is the Hydra. A Hydra is solitary and it is large. It has a bite of d10 plus 3 damage, 16 hit points and 2 armor, and a range of close and reach. Special qualities include many heads, and it's only killed by a blow to the heart. For description, a bit like a dragon, wingless though it may be. Heads, 9 in number at birth, spring from a muscle trunk and weave a sinuous pattern in the air. A hydra is to be feared, a scale terror of the marsh. The older ones, though, they have more heads. For every failed attempt to murder it just makes it stronger. Cut off a head and 2 more grow in its place. Only a strike, true and strong, to the heart can end a hydra's life. Not time or tide or any other thing but this. Instinct to grow. Moves, attack many enemies at once, and regenerate a body part, especially a head. Give each head a breath weapon. That could probably be done here, but I think it might be difficult enough on its own. It might depend on your party. When it comes to hydras, all I can think of is the false hydra. Really, it's kind of taken over my mind for that. Well, that ends. Final Fantasy 14 has a hydra. It's, you know, it's a hydra quite like this, and it has breath weapons too, which make it frustrating. But then again, it's very old content, so it's not actually difficult. Not anymore. The next creature is a kobold. It is hoarding, like as in, it's a group creature. Large group creature. Small, stealthy, intelligent, and organized. It has a spear for d6 damage, 3 hit points, and 1 armor. Special qualities: dragon connection. Some are wont to lump these little rat-like dragon men in with goblins and orcs, bugbears and hobgoblins. They are smarter and wiser than their kin, however. The kobolds are beholden slaves to dragons and were, in ancient times, their lore keepers and sorcerer servants. Their clans, with names like Ironscale and Whitewing, form a dragon master and live to serve and do its bidding. Spotting a kobold means more are near, and if more are near, then a mighty dragon cannot be far either. Instinct to serve dragons. Other moves include lay a trap, call on dragons or draconic allies, retreat and regroup. I like kobolds too. Kobolds are fun. If you give them, as long as you kind of, I don't want to say keep them intelligent, but like trap making kobolds. Trap making kobolds are fun. And that's why kobolds are going to eke out over the goblins in the tier list. Eventually. Eventually. There are some kobolds that do have breath weapons. I mean, they are little dragon rat men. Little dragon rat men. Especially, like, you don't have to necessarily give them a natural breath weapon. They are I don't say ingenious, they are smart little critters. So why can't they be, fire breathers in the old style? They can make their own fire. They can pretend to be dragons. Or in the case of, well, in this version, there's no kobold caster, but they had like the goblin orc caster. So why could there not be a uh, kobold caster then, who could potentially cast a spell to let them breathe fire? Mm. You don't give breath weapons to most creatures despite what it sounds like. It's just, a few. And it's not like, man, if you gave. Mm, I was going to say, okay, maybe Frogman can also spit poison depending. Like, maybe it would be a bit of a problem if you gave, like, Egex and Doppelgangers breath weapons. They probably don't deserve them. Or other, like, there's nothing rooting that in fantasy history or myth, folklore, as it were. The next monster is the Lizard Man. It is group, stealthy, intelligent, organized. It has a spear for D8 damage. Sorry, just like, oh, wait, did I finish the kobolds? I must have finished the kobolds. Mind blank. Okay. But Lizardman. Um, Spear, D8 damage, 6 hit points, 2 armor. Range is close and reach. Special qualities, amphibious. Lizardmen. A traveling sorcerer once told me that lizard men came before we did. That before elves and dwarves and men built even the first of their wattle huts, a race of proud lizard kings strode the lands. That they lived in palaces of crystal and worshipped their own scaly gods. Maybe that's true and maybe it ain't. Now they dwell in places men long forgot or abandoned, crafting tools from volcano glass and lashing against the works of the civilized world. Maybe they just want back what they lost. Instinct to destroy civilization. Other moves include ambush the unsuspecting, launch an amphibious assault. Other things, other monsters. Oh, wait, I have to put up what's after the kobold. That's the lizard man. What? Okay. Actually, what happens when I do that? I'm not going to do that again on purpose. I don't want it to flash. The next monster is Medusa. Solitary, devious, intelligent, hoarder. Claws for d6 damage, 12 hit points, and 0 armor. In a range of close. Special qualities. Look turns you to stone. That's actually quite a common thing with swampy creatures, isn't it? There's another one in here that I think they skipped that I'm a little surprised about. Now that I think about it, wait, can they do that? I'm kind of skipping around in concept with like, wait, can? And I also can't spell this one either. Let me check. Mm. Okay. I'm thinking, I can't pronounce this right. Catoblepo? Catoblepus? Is another creature that is typically placed in swamps in fantasy and can theoretically turn people to stone. And it's just kind of, that's a very common trait that we've been seeing here with these marsh creatures. And it just makes me think of another bit. But what if that's a little bit based on bog people, so to speak? There are different kinds of wetlands. There are fens and bogs and marshes and swamps. They all have a little bit of a difference to them, like different qualities. You, a marsh is not a fen. A marsh is not a bog. That sort of thing. A, I think jungle is also considered one. Like a jungle is not a bog. A jungle is not a swamp. Uh, and maybe some of them are influenced by people who have been preserved but dead due to the nature of, say, the bog, things like that. Maybe that's what gives rise to this concept of people being turned to stone. Because buffalo weren't terrifying enough. Yeah, yeah. I liked the concept of death cheese, like a cheese made from their milk. But then you have the problem of like actually getting it large. Like people may think that like, oh, but it's just a big cow, like a really big cow, right? And cows are kind of cute and they're not threatening, and it's kind of a no, no, large. They may be an herbivore, but they can still mess you up. Same with moose. You don't want to be too close to them. They could easily kill you. Like horses too can kill you with one shot if they feel like it and aim right. Mm. I've been around some cows. Uh, they can look really cute and they can seem really dumb, but they are, oh, uh, uh, they're they're large. They're large creatures for a reason. A mother cow staring you down for 15 meters away. I don't. I feel like most of the cows that I've seen are more afraid of me than I was of them. But in hindsight, like it may have just been the not quite understanding the possible dangers as a child, as a young one. The cow had murder in her eyes. Mm. Hmm. Well, it's a good thing you didn't get too close. And it's a good thing that you had the farmer. It sounds a bit like a black bear of a cow. But Medusa. Medusa. The Medusa are children of a serpent haired mother, birthing them in ancient times to bear her name across the ages. They dwell near places of civilization, luring folks to their caves with promises of beauty or riches untold. Fine appreciators of art, the Medusa curate strange collections of their victims, terror or ecstasy frozen forever in stone. It satisfies their vanity to know that they were the last thing seen in so many lives. Arrogant, proud, and spiteful, in their way, they seek what so many do: endless company, instinct to collect. Other things include turn a body part to stone with a look, draw someone's gaze, show hidden, terrible beauty. No matter how dorky their ears actually are, I want to say that that's how I felt about llamas. I was coming to, I think, more so the realization of like, these things could really hurt when I was around that kind of stage of life, and I was around llamas. And they can't kill you with their spit, but their spit's not pleasant, and it does kind of, I think, hurt to like get hit. And also, there's the smell, the smell. I think it takes a bit to wash off. So next was the Medusa after the Lizard Man. The next one is a Sahagin. Horde, intelligent. Endless teeth, d6 plus 4 damage, 1 piercing, 3 hit points, 2 armor. Close, forceful, messy. Special qualities, amphibious. The shape and craft of men wedded to the hunger and the endless teeth of a shark. Voracious and filled only with hate, these creatures will not stop until all life has been consumed. They cannot be reasoned with. They cannot be controlled or sated. They are hunger and bloodlust, driven up from the depths of the sea to ravage coastal towns and swallow island villages. Instinct, to spill blood. Other things include bite off a limb, hurl a poisoned spear, frenzy at the sight of blood. I guess Sahag can fit in there mostly because there is no like entry for ocean. Like there's no sea entry. Marsh is the closest we get. And the same thing with some of these other ones. Because the next one is a sauropod. Well, actually, no. I'm thinking of something else. Like for Loch Ness. Loch Ness is not a sauropod, right? No. Wrong dinosaur. Sauropod. Group. Huge. Cautious. Trample. D10 plus 5 damage. 18 hit points. 4 armor. They have a range of reach. Special qualities include armor-plated body. Description. Great lumbering beasts. They live in places long since forgotten by the thinking races of the world. Gentle if unprovoked, but mighty if their ire is raised. They trample smaller creatures with the care we might give to crushing an ant beneath our boots. If you see one, drift by and gaze in awe, but do not wake the giant. Instinct, to endure. Other moves include stampede, knock something down, unleash a deafening bellow. What? Okay, really quick. I'm gonna look up a sauropod because it's kind of, what is a sauropod? Sauropod. What am I thinking? Oh, it's one of those. Okay. So, like, a kind of related concept, but not quite. So, what I was thinking, I should probably learn to see if I can put like Google into dark mode or something for this because it's blinding. It hurts. I'm sorry. After Sahagin, that was the sauropod. Next is the swamp shambler. It is solitary, large, and magical. A magical swamp shambler? Lash. D10 plus 1 damage for the lash. 23 hit points and 1 armor. It has tags of close, reach, and forceful. Special qualities include swamp form. Description. Some elementals are conjured up in sacred circles etched in chalk. Most, in fact. There's a sort of science to it. Others, though, aren't so orderly. They don't fall under the carefully controlled assignments of fire, air, water, or earth. Some are a natural confluence of vine and mire and fungus. They do not think the way a man might think. They cannot be understood as one might understand an elf. They simply are. Spirits of the swamp. Shamblers in the mud. Instinct, to preserve and create swamps. Other moves include call on the swamp itself for aid, meld into the swamp, reassemble into a new form. I can sort of imagine what a swamp shambler would look like. My initial picture is, if you've ever seen Spirited Away, there's a a customer in the movie who comes essentially like shambling in. Um, I think would probably fit very well as a swamp shambler. Uh, dirty. Well, maybe dirty is not the right word. Dirty kind of implies that it's unclean, and like I guess it is unclean. It's just, mm, there's more to it than that. Like it runs deeper, and that also kind of I feel like also implies a bit that there's a state where it could be clean, and it really can't because its natural state is partially composed of earth and soil and water and detritus and partially, I don't want to say digested, but like partially uh, rotten materials, decomposed. Let's see, let's see. Let's see, let's see, let's see. The next creature is a troll. It is solitary, large. It has a club for d10 plus 3 damage, 20 hit points, 1 armor, and range of close and reach. And it's also forceful. I've never played WoW, so I don't know what a WoW Shambler looks like. What does a WoW Shambler look like? If I look up, um, what does a Shambler look like? Huh. I feel like that's a bit too close to human, though, for my concept of a Shambler. Vine elementals? Uh huh. Hmm. I can sort of see that from some bits and pieces, but not all of them, I suppose. Like some of them have the vines going on, and some of them are more like piles. But yeah, still, they're very human shaped. So the troll's special quality is regeneration. A troll is tall, real tall, 8 or 9 feet when they're young or weak, covered all over in warty, tough skin too. Big teeth, stringy hair like swamp moss, and long, dirty nails. Some are green, some gray, some black. They're clannish and hateful of each other, not to mention all the rest of us. Near impossible to kill, too, unless you fire acid to spare. Cut off a limb and watch. In a few days, you've got 2 trolls where you had 1. A real serious problem, as you can imagine. Instinct. Instinct is to smash. Other moves include undo the effects of an attack, unless caused by a weakness, your call. Hurl something or someone. And there's a quote here. A sidebar. Like a wolverine to a bear, so be a troll to a giant. Hugi, 3 hearts and 3 lions. I've never heard of 3 hearts and 3 lions. I wonder what it is. Let me do a quick check. What is 3 hearts and 3 lions? I've never heard of it. I think there's a movie called 4 Lions, but I definitely this is unrelated. 3 hearts and 2. No. 3 hearts and 3 lions. What is it? Oh, it's a novel from 1961 by Paul Anderson. What is it about? What is it about? Expanded from a novella. Hmm. Let's see. Let's see. Oh my god, it's an isekai. It's it's an isekai. I'm going to read the plot out real quick. I haven't finished reading it. I just read up to learning it's an isekai. Okay, so 3 hearts and 3 lions. Holger Carlsen is an American trained Danish engineer who joins the Danish resistance to the Nazis in World War II. At the shore near Elsinore, he is among the group of resistance fighters trying to cover the escape to Sweden of an important scientist, evidently the nuclear physicist Niels Bohr. With a German force closing in, Carlsen is shot and suddenly finds himself transported to a parallel universe, a world in which Northern European legend is real. This world is divided between the forces of chaos, inhabiting the quote-unquote middle world, which includes fairy, and the forces of law based in the human world, which is, in turn, divided between the Holy Roman Empire and the Saracens. Saracens? Saracens. 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 He finds the equipment and horse of a medieval knight waiting for him. The shield is emblazoned with 3 hearts and 3 lions. He finds that the clothes and armor fit him perfectly, and he knows how to use the weapons and ride the horse, as well as speak fluently the local language, a very archaic form of French. This is an isekai. uh, yep, it's an isekai. That's not the entire plot. That's just the beginning of the plot. But man, yep, 1961 isekai. Hmm. Nothing new under the sun. I know that isekais are older than that, but like this one was like very much straight up like uh you could turn this into an anime, I feel like, very easily. What was written there. Okay, we're gonna put the troll on the list. The troll. We only have one monster left before he gets a ranking. And the last monster is the will-o-wisp. It is solitary, tiny, magical. It attacks with a ray for I don't know how to read this damage exactly. It's oh okay. I think it's the worst of 2d8 minus 2 damage. Like roll twice, take the worst option. It is near, like for range, and the special qualities is body of light. Spot a lantern floating in the darkness, lost traveler in the swamp. Hope, a beacon of shimmering light. You call out to it, but there's no answer. It begins to fade, and so you follow, sloshing through the muck, tiring at the chase, hoping you're being led to safety. Such a sad tale that always ends in doom. These creatures are a mystery. Some say they're ghosts, others beacons of fairy light. Nobody knows the truth. They are cruel, however. All can agree on that. Instinct to misguide. Other moves lead someone astray and clear a path to the worst place possible. That is the end of the Swamp Dwellers. The Swamp Denizens. I'm sorry, it's Cavern Dwellers, Swamp Denizens. So now. Mm. Let's see. Oh, I also have to unhide it. We're gonna. I actually really like will-o-wisps too. This is a personal thing. I really like the concept of them. I'm kind of debating like, are they S or are they A? But I guess I like things that are a bit misleading. I also really like the Swamp Shambler in concept. Uh, I know that like it's just another elemental, like an earth elemental, but there's something about the swamp that calls to me. There's something about the swamp that calls to me. I I feel like the swamp creatures are gonna overall get a higher ranking than the other ones. I also really like kobolds. It's kind of a, do kobolds go in A or are they S? I'm gonna put them in A for now, but I feel like they could be bumped up. Yeah, they could be bumped up. For you, they're S. Mm-hmm. Sauropods are okay. They're not like the worst. I could work something out with that. Um, I want to say like for Ekek, Ekek are a neat concept, I guess, but and same with fire eels, but they don't really call to me. I'm gonna drop them down here. More flavor than goblins with all the same utility. I think they have more utility than goblins, honestly. A kobold king with an orb of dragon kind. I don't know what an orb of dragon kind does. I can imagine. I can imagine. Oh, black pudding. It's kind of a I want breakfast for breakfast. I want breakfast for breakfast. Maybe I don't think I have any though. Mm, it's a pile of goo. I feel like so like gelatinous cube is kind of in the same family as the black pudding. Black pudding's okay. Again, it doesn't quite light a fire in my heart like some of these other ones, so I'm just gonna pop it in here. Ah, that's so it gives them dragon powers and carte blanche, I'm guessing, minds control over any dragon of the same color as the orb, and compulsion powers of all other dragons. Okay, so it's a real formidable enemy. I could see that working out, depending on what kind of campaign. Imagine a group of Dragonborn working against that. Or, I suppose, imagine a group of other kobolds who are trying to wrest that from this particular king. The agreement could not be reached between two kingdoms of kobolds. A backwater kobold tribe is an empire conquering threat. Mm, mm. Backwater because they're in the swamp. Get it? Mm, mm, mm. Doppelgangers are classic. They're great. That's another one where it's kind of a, is it A? Is it S? Basiliskar. Mm. Literal backwater tribe. Mm. I mean, different places put kobolds in different types of terrain. I'm not 100% certain if I would place them in a swamp exactly, but it's not the worst place. Uh, Frogmen. Frogmen could be cool. They could be cool. I feel like actually I should be moving some of this stuff around. Like, again, like Frogmen, I guess, like super excited, pretty excited. It's like a lesser, like excited, um, like pretty okay. Uh, don't light a fire, and then, ew, I don't want to deal with them. I don't want to think about the concept. Maybe that's the way I should be thinking about it more. Because it's like, oh, there's nothing in B. There's nothing in B. So it's kind of, maybe I should actually do this instead. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not. Okay, there we go. Uh, I want to say a dragon whelp could be really fun. I think the major problem with them is, uh, in this case, it's dungeon world, so it would be a little different, I think. Um, the whole idea of, oh, it's a pet, so we can keep it, right? And actually, visually in line with the kobold and the goblin, because they all have a similar issue of like PCs wanting to make them into pets because they're small and cute. And sure, they can speak, but that just means we have a pet that can speak. And not considering that they are intelligent enough to perhaps realize what you're doing. And it's kind of fucked up. It's kind of fucked up. Mm. Trolls. I surprisingly like trolls too. I maybe I'm thinking more like ogre actually. I might be thinking confusing, not confusing, but like mixing them up a little bit with ogres. Are ogres in here? Let me check real quick. Okay, yeah, ogres are in here. Separate. So considering simply a troll. Simply a troll. Mm, I don't know if I've ever run a troll. I could definitely find a use for them though. With fire issue. Or not issue, but like only really being hurt by fire. And hydras have a similar thing where it's a tricky kill situation. Tricky kill situation. Hmm. I guess I wonder if I can grab two of these at once. I'm gonna grab this and the Bakunawa. Nope, I want the Bakunawa. I'm gonna grab them up. I don't actually know a whole lot about Bakunawa aside from what's described here, which dragon turtles are neat. Um Slow, not quite dragon, but close enough to be scary. I mean, they'd be scary on their own, even if they weren't dragons, I think. Uh, and Bakunawa sounds like she'd be fun to run as well as a counter, of course, to her brother. Having a snake line wait for the treasure. Mm. I wonder what language, like what kind of grouping Bakunawa is from. What is it from? What is it from? Uh, oh, it's Filipino. It's from the Philippines. Let's see, let's see, let's see. There are related myths. So, Naga. Ah, okay. So think of it a bit like a Naga. But perhaps I say that, and at the same time, like people's interpretations of Nagas. Let me just check that before I post, like switch to images, because all I can think of is, ah, Nagas. Mm, yeah, okay. So it depends on your interpretation. Okay. Okay, so Bakunawas are more lizard. Not lizard, but like the more serpentine look of it versus a naga where they've been kind of morphed into a half snake, half human form. So this is closer to like all snake, just giant swampy snake creature. Okay. But I guess some people have still done the humanoid forms because they're kind of slinking in at the bottom there. They're kind of slinking in on the bottom. Okay. So yeah. Dragon Turtle versus Bakunawa. Maybe versus isn't the right phrase. Come. Would be a good way of putting it otherwise. In conjunction with, I suppose. In conjunction with. Just thinking, like, wow, there are very few of these that weren't kind of lizardy, huh? Very few. Uh, Basilisks are fine. Basilisks are another classic one. I should have copied. I should have deleted. Um, I think Codals could be really fun. I think they could be really unexpected because they're, again, they're not evil. They are incredibly judgy, though. Incredibly judgy. And again, they're like the one shining pretty thing in all of this drudgy swamp business. So a little not tricky, but deceiving isn't the right word either. Um, they don't fit. They don't fit. So we have Crocodilian, Lizardman, Medusa, and Sahagin. I feel like if I just take out Medusa, the last three are all kind of similar concepts, honestly. Like, a Crocodilian is a really big crocodile. Okay. A Lizardman is a lizard man. I kind of feel like Medusa's classic. It's also kind of played out. Medusa's kind of played out. Sahagin. I don't. Um, Sahagin. Sahagin. So sharky face things. Sorry, this one is an interesting interpretation. Very sharky. Very sharky. Um, so if we consider more like that, or like this, or like this, they are. I like them. I don't think they get like they don't usually get a whole lot of use because of their very nature being by water, but I still like them. I've gotten to use them a little bit, but not a huge amount in the past. So between lizardmen and crocodilians, I guess lizardmen are just kind of. I think I prefer frogmen over lizardmen based on the flavoring, and crocodilians are just really big crocodiles. So then it's just kind of a okay. Is that it? Is that truly it? Just really big crocodiles? Hmm. And that is all the swamp denizens. That was 20 swamp denizens. 20 swamp denizens. And these might change over the course of the monsters that we have to go through. So next time that I'm reading, which will probably be next Sunday, no promise, but probably next Sunday, we will have the Undead Legions, and the dark woods, and the ravenous hordes, and the twisted experiments, the lower depths, the planar powers, and folk of the realm. I don't know if we'll be able to get through all of those, but we will get through a chunk. And actually, I was going to say we made it halfway through, and then I realized no, we started at 220. We started at page 220. We made it to page 251. So we didn't make it halfway because we have to go to page 320. So maybe this is going to be like a 3 session thing, like 30-ish pages each time. It might be a little quicker, it might be a little slower, depending. Okay, let's see. Who is doing things now? Who is up? Who is about? Who is awake? It's only 10:30. It's only 10:30. Let's see. Is there anyone else who is doing? Is there anyone else reading at this stage? Oh, thank you for the follow, OG Panda Turtle. What do you mean I can no longer search that? What do you mean I can no longer search that? Yeah. Else is reading. Else is reading. Mm. I'm a little surprised by some of the monsters that I've seen missing that I really thought would be in here, but not so much. Not so much. Ah, there is. uh, hmm. Scary monsters? Not scary monsters, not anymore. And they don't have to be scary. To be a monster, all they had to do, the definition of the monster was, um, actually, let me harken back to it. I don't want to mess up the phrasing of the monsters, or like definition. It is a monster is any living or undead thing that stands in the character's way. So I think an NPC can easily be turned into a monster. And in fact, there's a section, the folk of the realm, are all things that are NPCs. Well, could be NPCs or they could be monsters. Bandits, depending on how you look upon them, could be either acolytes, fools, adventurers, knights, merchants, peasants, spies, soldiers. All of those are monsters. Is a fool scary? I don't know. I don't think an acolyte would be scary, but maybe it could be. Depends on your definition of what you consider scary. And also, my definition of scary is probably adventures are the real monsters all along. Yeah, you're not, oh, that one's a rerun. Damn. It's kind of, oh, we can go to this person, they're reading. I want to say, I'll give it in. Your friend is Arbery, right? She's doing live trigger testing right now, so I think we'll go over to her. Let me check. How long has she been going on for? 2 hours? I don't remember the name, but I remember the face. Okay, I think we're gonna rate her then. Let's see. So, when it comes to this upcoming week, I'm not sure what my schedule will be like, but hopefully I will be debuting my new model, the Live 2D. It's going to be an upgrade over the static PNG. But the design is still the same. It's still green skin, dark green hair, yellow flowers, same dress. Just a bit more in motion. You know how it goes. So depending on when that occurs, it will affect my schedule. But I will probably be reading again next Sunday, and I'll be continuing reading about monsters from Dungeon World, and also then ranking them after each setting. Thank you very much for coming today, and I hope to see you again. Have a good night.